Chapter 659. This is the crow of misfortune. Tyrant Hero and the others suddenly felt a chill run down their spine, as if they were being stared at by the god of the underworld. They could have their souls taken away at any time and die without a burial. Rumor had it that the crow of misfortune was an extremely tyrannical race even among the many demon races. It was a demon from hell. Once it appeared, it represented war, death, plague, and so on. It was a symbol of countless deaths and injuries. No one wanted to see the crow of misfortune. Even many demons were extremely afraid of the crow of misfortune. They thought it was a symbol of misfortune. It was almost as detestable as Xia Ping. Human. The crow of misfortune stared at Xia Ping. I told you to stop. Why didn't you stop? You actually dared to kill in front of me. It seems that your wild nature is hard to tame. You need more training. It wasn't angry for the dead demons. They weren't of the same race anyway. This made it difficult for it to shed a tear, not to mention that it was a cold-hearted demon. But it was angry at its own face. It had clearly ordered this human not to attack, but he still attacked. Moreover, he was so ruthless that he killed the demons in an instant. This was simply a public slap in the face. How could it not be angry? You are the crow of misfortune. The symbol of death and war. Xia Ping touched his chin. I wonder if I can eat you after roasting you. I heard that the flesh and blood of you demons contains a lot of energy, comparable to a 1,000-year-old elixir. I wonder if that's true. He stared at the crow of misfortune. What? Tyrant Hero and the others were speechless. Even at this time, this guy still wanted to eat them. Who was the real demon now? Why did it seem like it was the other way around? You really are a wild and hard-to-tame human. But it doesn't matter. Wait until I capture you, put shackles on your neck, shackle your feet, and let a dozen female pigs torture you for a few years. I reckon you'll soon be convinced. The crow of misfortune was high and mighty. Its black eyes revealed a deep killing intent. Although it didn't show it on the surface, it was completely enraged by Xia Ping's words. Come here and die. Xia Ping gave it a sidelong glance. Human, do you want to die? A terrifying aura of death erupted from the crow of misfortune. Its race was known as a tyrannical race that had walked out from the depths of hell. It was born with the ability to control the aura of death. Once he was enraged, then the heavens would collapse and the earth would split apart. It was like the god of the underworld had descended and taken away the lives of countless living beings. Boone the crow of misfortune could no longer hold back and instantly attacked. It controlled the death energy in its body and a black mist burst out, blasting towards Xia Ping. Corpse Accumulation Fist. The black mist instantly condensed into numerous black fists, as if they were the fists of an underworld deity. They seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell, containing the power to shatter the earth. At the same time, it was surrounded by a deathly aura, which was extremely effective against living creatures. Once one was invaded by the deathly aura, it would instantly steal away one's life force and turn one into a pile of bones. This was the terror of the crow of misfortune corpse accumulating infernal god fist. Once executed, not only did it possess boundless might, the aura of death that it exuded was also unstoppable, and one would be killed in a single move. Dodge! The expressions of Tyrant Jia and the others immediately changed. They could feel the deathly aura coming at them. The grass and trees on the ground rapidly withered, as if their souls were being destroyed in an instant. If they were to stay here, they would be affected by the crow of misfortune's power. Just the shockwaves alone would be enough to seriously injure them. Even though the crow of misfortune's power was probably on par with Feng Qiudao's, the deathly aura on its body was simply too terrifying. It could be said to be the bane of all living beings. At that moment, Xia Ping suddenly made his move. He slapped out with his palm while circulating the pure yang immortal art, blocking the nether deity fist in an instant. The two powerful forces collided. The air immediately exploded, giving off a loud sound. Bang! 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 In addition to attacking Xia Ping, the fists also bombarded the ground, creating huge fist-sized craters. Several tons of soil were thrown into the air, giving off loud booms. Xia Ping, who was standing on the ground, also felt the tyrannical power of the punch. The qi shield on his body shook continuously, and the ground where his feet stood was shaken into a huge crater. The deathly aura seemed to have a life of its own, ignoring his qi shield and seeping into his limbs and bones. It was as if the nether deity had descended, raising its scythe to harvest his soul. Extinguish! Xia Ping snorted coldly. The flames in his body containing the essence of the sun burst out, instantly wrapping around the grey deathly aura and burning it. In just a few breaths, the grey aura melted like snow when it came into contact with the flames in Xia Ping's body. It quickly disappeared from the world, completely obliterated. Impossible! Seeing this, the Crow of Misfortune was completely stunned. Its deathly aura had always been successful. Even the king of the demon race would have to spend a lot of effort to resist its deathly aura. Because of this, not many demons dared to fight against it. This also resulted in its aloof and arrogant personality. No one could disobey its orders. But now, its deathly aura had no effect on this human being. Just the power of the flames that erupted from his body was enough to completely extinguish its deathly aura.
However, how could it know the horror of the pure young immortal art? It absorbed the essence of the sun's flame power as nourishment and tempered its body. The power of the flame cultivated could even extinguish the aura of hell. Even if the deathly aura was very powerful, it was still no match for the essence of the sun. Even if Xia Ping did not have the power of the sun's essence, he had the bloodline of the golden crow of hell. It was the ruler of hell, the king of demons. A mere deathly aura was nothing but nourishment for it. It was simply a dream to think that it could harm his body. Go to hell. Xia Ping stood on the ground. He did not care about the Crow of Misfortune's shock. He operated the spiritual ether in his body and punched in the air. 100 steps divine fist. This punch contained the power of the sun's essence. It was a fist of flames. It was like a god of fire had descended. The terrifying fist still attacked from hundreds of meters away. Dong! The Crow of Misfortune was caught off guard. Even though it was flying in the air, it was still hit by Xia Ping's punch. It smashed hard on its chest, breaking several of its ribs. What was even more terrifying was the power of the flames. It seemed to have begun to burn the deathly aura on its body. It wanted to turn its entire body into a fireball and burn it to death. Damn it!
Chapter 660. So strong. He can actually block the Raven of Misfortune's death aura. Just what kind of flame is that? What kind of flame technique does he cultivate? It's at least a peerless king-class flame energy art. Otherwise, there's no way it could be so powerful. But isn't this kid just a commoner? Even if he joined the giant corporation, it's impossible for him to get a peerless king-class technique that even the king clans can't get their hands on. This world is full of good fortune and ruins. I bet this kid fell into one of those ruins and obtained a peerless king-class energy art. That's not impossible. Damn it. No wonder he's so strong. Even Feng Qiudao wasn't a match for him. Tyrant Jia and the others were also completely shocked by Xia Ping's previous attack. Even the famous Crow of Misfortune had been injured by his punch. Even the death aura seemed to have no effect on him. This made them feel that it was inconceivable. Just now, the shockwaves from the Raven of Misfortune's attack had spread everywhere, and some of the elite students had been corroded by the aura. The result was obvious. Their bodies were corroded, as if they had been exposed to acid. Their meridians were in a withered state, and their life force was greatly damaged. If they hadn't circulated their qigong to expel the death aura, and taken precious medicinal pills, they would have been seriously injured. If just the shockwaves were so strong, then what kind of pressure would Xia Ping be under when facing the Raven of Misfortune's all-out attack? They couldn't imagine that such a monster existed in this world. You want to make me your slave? Why don't you eat shit instead? Xia Ping didn't show any mercy. He landed on the ground, and with a bang, he leaped up into the air, creating a 10-meter wide crater in the ground. He leaped up into the air, reaching a height of over 100 meters, and threw a punch at the Raven of Misfortune. Damn it! The Raven of Misfortune's face turned green. Even though it could fly with its wings, for a peak martial master, 100 meters in the air was no different from the ground. It only took one leap for it to reach that height. Bang! The punch landed squarely on the Raven of Misfortune's face, sending it flying like a sandbag. It flew off into the distance, smashing through a huge mountain. Rock after rock was shattered into pieces. Even the mountain peak seemed to be in a state of cracking, as if it couldn't withstand such an impact and was about to collapse. As for the Crow of Misfortune, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were severely injured. Xiao! However, Xia Ping still did not let the Crow of Misfortune off. With a few leaps, he arrived in front of the Crow of Misfortune. His fists were like a storm as they ruthlessly smashed over. Bang bang bang! The Crow of Misfortune was immediately attacked like a storm. Every punch contained the power of 1,000 caddies, bombarding its body. It seemed as if every bone in its body was heavily injured. If it wasn't for the fact that it had a king's bloodline and its body was much stronger than ordinary monsters, it would have been smashed into minced meat by Xia Ping with just a few punches. But in the face of such a blow, it was powerless to resist. This made it feel incomparably humiliated. Despicable human, you forced me to do this. Die! With a boom, the Crow of Misfortune suddenly unleashed a power that was several times stronger than before. In an instant, Xia Ping was sent flying over 1,000 meters away. Suddenly, a black flag appeared in front of the Crow of Misfortune. There were many skulls on the flag, as well as many vengeful spirits. From time to time, the flag would emit demonic roars that seemed to come from hell. It was a terrifying sight. The moment the flag appeared, a sinister wind blew. With the Crow of Misfortune as the center, the area within a radius of 3 to 4 kilometers seemed to turn into a land of death. A majestic black aura emerged. The weeds and trees on the ground all withered, as if all their vitality had been completely stripped away. Oh no! This is the famous treasure of the Crow of Misfortune, the Purgatory Vengeful Soul flag. The tycoon's expression immediately changed when he saw the black flag appear. He came from a king's clan, so he was very knowledgeable and well-informed. He had come to the Sky Demon battlefield this time to cram up all sorts of information about the demon race. This included the famous treasure of the Crow of Misfortune, the Purgatory Vengeful Soul flag. This flag contained the power of purgatory. The souls of all living beings killed by the Crow of Misfortune would not go to hell. Instead, they would be absorbed into this flag and become the treasure's power. The more living beings the Crow of Misfortune killed, the more powerful the flag would be. It could be said that the Purgatory Vengeful Soul flag was a famous treasure even among the many treasures. It had killed countless powerful enemies, causing people to tremble in fear just by hearing its name. In the past, during the war between the demon race and the human race, this flag had killed countless monarchs of the human race. It could be said to be a deadly weapon through and through. The tycoon and the others had not expected the Crow of Misfortune to actually dare to bring this treasure into the Sky Demon battlefield. Was it not afraid of losing this precious treasure here? No, this is not the real thing. It's a fake, Lian Jingshun said gravely. Many elite students also stared at the flag and immediately felt relieved. Indeed, if this was the legendary Purgatory Vengeful Soul flag, the flag would probably envelop an area of hundreds of kilometers in an earth-shattering aura of death. If the Demon King used its full strength, even a city would probably be turned into a dead zone. Yes, this is a fake, but it has at least 10% of the real thing's power. It's more than enough to deal with a mere martial master. The Crow of Misfortune sneered. The demonic power in its body surged and whistled. A majestic demonic power immediately poured into the flag. Rumble, the Purgatory Vengeful Soul flag suddenly shook and flashed with black light. A black vortex seemed to appear in the depths of the flag. It was as if chaos was flowing and a terrifying aura of death was brewing. In the depths of the vortex, skeletons, evil spirits, and demons seemed to have appeared. They all seemed to have crawled out from the depths of the flag and appeared in the air. These creatures were all killed by the crow of misfortune. Their souls were collected by the flag and turned into puppets. They had to provide power for the flag for the rest of their lives until they died. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, hundreds and thousands of skeletons, evil spirits, and demons appeared in the air. Each of them emitted a monstrous demonic aura. They had all reached the martial master realm. Many of them were experts at the peak of the martial master realm. Chapter 661. Kill him. The crow of misfortune's eyes were ferocious. It waved the purgatory vengeful spirit flag in its hand, and a mysterious power acted on the evil spirits and vengeful spirits. The aura of death poured into their bodies, greatly increasing their strength. Rumble the evil spirits turned into horsemen. They wore armor, and among them were skeleton horses. They held shields and spears in their hands. Like soldiers, they stepped on the air and charged at Xiaoping. Hundreds and thousands of undead horsemen appeared. They were neat and uniform, like a powerful army. Their killing intent surged, and the terrifying aura of death enveloped a radius of several kilometers. They locked onto Xiaoping's aura. No matter where he fled, they would chase him to the end. This is the power of the purgatory vengeful spirit flag. It's too terrifying. How is this a treasure? It's clearly an army. The more living beings it kills, the stronger the flag becomes. It really lives up to its name. If even the king is killed, doesn't that mean that even the king's soul will be bound by this flag and become a puppet? No wonder this flag acted as if it was facing a great enemy. It's too terrifying. It can't be stopped at all. No matter how strong Xiaoping is, he probably can't stop it. How can he stop it? People say that there are hundreds and thousands of soldiers in an army. Countless horses will trample him into meat paste in an instant. Tyrant Hero and the others all widened their eyes in fright. They were completely shocked by the power of the purgatory vengeful spirit flag. This was no flag. It was clearly a tiger tally to command an army. This was bullying with numbers. It was too much. Bang! 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 In an instant, these ghost horsemen attacked Xiaoping. Their spears were like a forest, as if they wanted to pierce through Xiaoping in an instant and turn his body into a beehive. Xiaoping was not to be outdone. His fists were like the wind as he used the 10,000 beasts fist. At this moment, he had turned into a forest of beasts. There were tigers, cheetahs, lions, elephants, hungry wolves, kangaroos, and so on. His fists and feet were like lethal weapons, containing tremendous power. The attacking ghost horsemen were all defeated with a few punches and feet and turned into dust. However, these ghost riders seemed to be undying existences. After being defeated by Xiaoping's kick, they turned into a mass of death aura that spread between heaven and earth. Then, the crow of misfortune just had to wave the purgatory vengeful soul flag slightly, and some of the ghost riders that had been killed would come back to life, and the majestic aura of death would condense into ghost riders again. Even though Xiaoping had expended a lot of energy, he hadn't killed a single ghost rider. Instead, he was surrounded, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. It's useless. It's completely useless. Under the purgatory vengeful soul flag, these ghost riders are immortal. No matter how many times you kill them, they can be resurrected again. The crow of misfortune was elated, feeling extremely good. This human had fallen into his evil spirit army, and even if he wanted to struggle, he couldn't escape. Don't look at the brat's current appearance. As time passed, the true essence in his body would soon be exhausted. At that time, he would be like a fish on the chopping board, and it could slaughter him however it wanted. This human slave must be captured alive and tortured ruthlessly. His neck must be shackled, and his hands and feet must be bound with iron chains. Even his little brother must be castrated to prevent him from going around. He must also have the word slave carved on his forehead. The crow of misfortune imagined itself capturing Xia Ping and torturing him ruthlessly. If it could subdue this human slave, he would definitely be of great help in the future. Undying existences. Interesting. Xia Ping immediately stopped. He knew that no matter how much energy he wasted, he probably wouldn't be able to kill these ghost riders. Hee, are you desperate? Hurry up and surrender. Kneel at your master's feet. The crow of misfortune laughed loudly. It thought that Xia Ping had finally given up and planned to surrender. Surrender? You think too highly of yourself. Xia Ping looked at the crow of misfortune indifferently. He stood where he was, put his palms together, and with a pious expression, he immediately started singing. King Tier Peerless Martial Technique, Heaven's Epic. This was the first piece of the Heaven's Epic, Angel's Hymn. In that instant, with Xia Ping as the center, the singing resounded in a radius of 10 miles. Such sound waves spread in all directions, pouring into the minds of every living being. This was clearly not the language of humans, nor was it the language of the demon race, but the language of angels. No living being could understand it, but they could feel the energy contained in the singing. Singing had no boundaries, nor did it distinguish between races. This was an existence that stood above countless other things. Even if they couldn't understand what the other party was saying, they could still know what it meant. What is this? Even Tu Haojie and the other elite students were hallucinating at this instant. They felt as though a ray of sunlight had torn through the dark sky, turning it into a clear blue sky. High up in the sky, an angel had descended. It had 6 wings on its back, and extremely pure white feathers without any impurities fell down, emitting a vast and holy aura, as though it could cleanse the world of impurities. The warm energy emitted from its body made it feel as though it was the happiest thing in its life. Under this holy light, all negative emotions were swept away. At this moment, they simply wished they could prostrate themselves before this holy angel and become the most loyal believers. When those ghost riders heard the singing of these angels, the incomparable resentment, fury, and craziness in their hearts seemed to be cleared at this moment, and they obtained a moment of peace. Their originally abnormally malevolent faces seemed to have been purified at this moment, appearing extremely holy, quiet, and benevolent. It was as though they had obtained the Tao at this moment, letting go of everything. The undead aura and death aura on their bodies were also completely purified under this pure energy. They melted like ice and snow, rapidly disappearing from this world. Many palm-sized little angels appeared, surrounding these ghost riders and constantly reciting scriptures, as though they were purifying these evil auras. Bastard, what have you done? What have you done? Seeing this scene, the crow of misfortune's eyes widened, and it completely went crazy. The purgatory vengeful soul flag, which was invincible and had killed countless people, had actually been weakened at this moment. It was unknown how long it had taken to collect them and how many living beings it had killed, but at this moment, they had all vanished into thin air, as if they were about to be purified by this shameless angel. It was as if a robber had entered its home and plundered it wantonly, taking away all its wealth. It was as though it was plucking feathers from every opportunity. As the saying went, obstructing one's path to wealth was akin to killing one's parents. What Xia Ping had done was no different from killing its entire family. Immediately, the crow of misfortune was so angry that it jumped up. It could not take it at all, and it wanted to immediately kill this thief. Stop! Chapter 662. Stop my ass, die! Xia Ping didn't care about the crow of misfortune's words. If he didn't kill it while it was sick, would he wait for it to kill him when it was healthy? Even a fool wouldn't do that. Boom! Suddenly, the sound in the void vibrated, and there was a burst of solemn and sacred voice, like a seraph singing a heaven epic, full of sacred flavor. Thank the angel, I'm going to be free. Thank you, Sir Angel, I feel my hatred and anger disappear at this moment. Heaven, I want to go to heaven. The ghost knights all showed a kind look on their faces, and all the hostility on their bodies disappeared. It seemed that even the evil thoughts deep in their souls were completely purified. But as an evil spirit, it could exist in this world because of evil thoughts, anger, resentment, and other emotions. Without these negative emotions, they would have no value in existing. Rumbles suddenly, the ghost knights, who were bound to the purgatory soul flag, put their hands together like the most devout believers and let go of everything. It didn't take long for their bodies to dissipate, turning into a white light, flying toward the void, as if disappearing from this world. The purgatory soul flag also suddenly made a cracking sound, and a dozen cracks appeared on it. It was about to break. After all, the power of this flag came from the evil spirit. If even the evil spirit disappeared and was completely purified, then it would lose its source of power, and even its origin would be completely damaged. This was an irreparable damage. Damn human, I want you to die. The crow of misfortune was completely crazy. Seeing the purgatory soul flag on its body destroyed by Xia Ping, its eyes were burning with flames. This purgatory soul flag could be said to be the greatest treasure on its body. It didn't know how much it had to pay to refine it, and it had almost exhausted all of its wealth. But now it was destroyed by Xia Ping, one could imagine how angry it was now. Whoosh! The crow of misfortune went crazy, and its whole body turned into a black light, attacking Xia Ping, as if it wanted to pierce through this damn human's body with one blow. Without the purgatory soul flag, you're just a fart. How dare you come here and clamor? Get lost! Xia Ping made a move, his hands turned into Tai Chi symbols, standing on the ground, and at the same time running dark north body protecting skill. Immediately, he set up a shield of air that flowed like water in front of his body. Dong! The crow of misfortune fiercely smashed over like a comet crashing into the earth. It exploded with a loud sound, causing the air shield to buzz, as if it was on the verge of collapse. However, it was unable to break through this force. The water continued to tremble, and the recoil from the energy barrier made it dizzy and dizzy. Bang! Xia Ping was not going to let the raven of misfortune go easily. He punched the raven of misfortune with the force of 1,000 pounds. It was as if he was an ancient barbaric elephant. Ah! The crow of misfortune let out a miserable shriek and spat out a mouthful of blood. Its entire body flew out like a cannonball, smashing through a small mountain in the distance in an instant. Huge boulders were blasted into smithereens. Too strong. He can even defeat the crow of misfortune. It's a mess. Who is the monster now? Incredible. Even the power of the precious purgatory spirit flag can be resisted. He wants to go against the heavens. The elite students such as Taheo Jia have been shocked to the point of numbness, whether it is Xia Ping who killed dozens of elite monsters with a wave of his hand or now defeated the famous crow of misfortune. In the outside world, it is an earth-shattering event. Run! After smashing through a mountain and being shaken to the point of bleeding, the crow of misfortune finally calmed down. It knew that if it continued like this, it might be killed by this human. Wait for me, when my injury recovers and I am promoted to the Grandmaster level, I will find this damn human to settle the score. At that time, I will kill him and peel off his tendons. The crow of misfortune was furious. It immediately climbed out of the deep pit. It was very fast. It did not care about its injuries. It flapped its wings and flew into the distance. Oh no, the crow of misfortune is going to escape. If the crow of misfortune escapes, it will be a big enemy. But how can we chase it? It has wings and can fly high into the sky. It is beyond our reach. Suddenly, Taheo Jia and the other elite students found that the arrogant crow of misfortune actually turned around and fled. It was really shocking. They did not expect that such a demon king descendant would also flee in fear. However, it was too difficult to catch up with the crow of misfortune at this time. The other party could fly high in the sky and was extremely fast. It was almost impossible to catch up with it. Die! With a boom, Xia Ping instantly took out a long bow from his body. It was the precious moon shooting bow, which was obtained during the college entrance examination. It was extremely powerful. At this time, his quintessential essence vibrated and immediately condensed into a physical bow and arrow. This was a light arrow. After advancing to the martial master realm, he no longer needed any bow and arrow reserves. As long as his quintessential essence had not been exhausted, he could condense as many bows and arrows as he wanted. Moreover, the power of such an energy bow and arrow was even more terrifying and indestructible. Xia Ping pulled the bow and arrow, and at the same time, he activated the Hell Golden Crow's eye. It was as if the whole world turned into a three-dimensional field of vision. Even though the Crow of Misfortune was a few kilometers away, it seemed as if it was very close. The aura on his body surged and his muscles swelled. It was as if an ancient god was shooting at the sun god Apollo. His whole body emitted a sharp aura that soared into the sky. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the bow and arrow shot out at 10 times the speed of sound. It tore through the air like a supersonic plane, producing an ear-piercing sound in the surroundings. Some elite students could not help but cover their ears, afraid that the sound wave would shatter their eardrums. What? The Crow of Misfortune was instantly frightened. Originally, it thought that it could fly high in the sky, and no matter how powerful these humans were, they would not be able to attack it. However, after flying for a distance, its hair stood on end as if it had been locked on by the god of death. It turned around and was shocked to find that a bow and arrow was shooting at it from afar. Ah! Before it could react, the bow and arrow instantly penetrated its body. Blood splattered everywhere, and the intense pain made the Crow of Misfortune let out the loudest scream of its life. This kind of pain was something it had never felt in so many years. It was as if every nerve was being bitten by ants. Its huge body was carried by the tyrannical power of the bow and arrow and flew forward. Finally, it was nailed to a mountain wall in the distance. Chapter 663. Whoosh! Soon, Xia Ping's figure flickered and left the valley. He came to the mountain wall a few miles away and looked at the Crow of Misfortune that was nailed to it. At this time, the blood on the Crow of Misfortune dripped down, dyeing it red. It was no longer as arrogant as before. Even if it wanted to curse, it couldn't. It's not dead yet? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. Originally, he aimed this arrow at the Crow of Misfortune's heart, wanting to kill this monster with one arrow, but he didn't expect it to miss. In fact, it didn't miss, but because the Crow of Misfortune twisted its body at the critical moment, causing the arrow to hit other parts of its body. Although this was a fatal injury for humans, it was not fatal for monsters even if it was very serious. If they were given a certain amount of time, they would definitely recover to their original state. Damn human, how dare you treat the great Crow of Misfortune like this? Do you know how much misfortune this behavior will bring to you? Do you know? Seeing Xia Ping coming in front of it, the Crow of Misfortune seemed to have recovered some of its strength. It was unruly, and its eyes revealed a fierce look. It immediately cursed, as if it wanted to scare Xia Ping. Die! Xia Ping couldn't be bothered to listen to the Crow of Misfortune's nonsense. He punched, wanting to blow up the crow's head. Wait, human, wait for me. Originally, the Crow of Misfortune was still acting tough, trying to scare Xia Ping with its identity as a descendant of the Monster King, but it didn't expect that this guy didn't care about its words at all. He didn't even intend to listen to its words and punched, wanting to blow up its head. Suddenly, the Crow of Misfortune was so scared that it peed its pants. It no longer dared to pretend and hurriedly shouted. Wait my ass! Xia Ping punched, but the Crow of Misfortune was, after all, the Crow of Misfortune. It actually turned its head at the critical moment. Dong! When the punch landed on the mountain wall, it instantly blasted open a large hole with a diameter of tens of meters. The entire mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and cracks spread to who knew how far. In the distance, a boulder of tens of tons was shaken to pieces. One could imagine the power of this punch. If it hit, it would definitely kill the Crow of Misfortune. Why are you hiding? Xia Ping looked at the crow of misfortune curiously. Why did he hide? Damn it, if I didn't dodge, that punch would have killed me. How could I not dodge? This was clearly bullshit. The crow of misfortune couldn't help but curse inwardly, wanting to spit on this human's face. However, it still endured it. Who asked it to be inferior and become a prisoner? You can't kill me. The crow of misfortune said, I am the prince of the crow of misfortune race. If you kill me, you will definitely incur the wrath of the fiend race. At that time, it will cause a war between the human race and the fiend race. You will be the main culprit, and even kings will not be able to protect you. Oh. Xia Ping grunted and clenched his fists, wanting to give him another punch. Fuck, this bastard doesn't fall for it. The crow of misfortune's face turned green. How could it not see that this kid wasn't threatened by it at all? It seemed like he didn't care about the war either. Perhaps for this guy, a war was exactly what he wanted. Thinking of this, it immediately said, if you don't kill me, I can give you some benefits. Since the hard way didn't work, it would use the soft way. It also knew how to advance and retreat. Benefits? What benefits can you give me? Xia Ping immediately stopped. To be honest, even if he killed the crow of misfortune now, he would only be getting rid of a demon. It wouldn't bring him any benefits. He wanted to hear what this demon had to say. I am the prince of the crow of misfortune race. If you let me go, after this fiend battlefield ends, I can ask my father to give you a large number of treasures. You can have anything you want. Regardless of whether it could be done or not, the crow of misfortune immediately made an empty promise, hoping that Xia Ping would spare its life. A crow is also a prince? Xia Ping was very doubtful. The crow of misfortune's nose was crooked from anger. So what if I'm a crow? Can't a crow be a prince? You're judging people by their appearance. When the crow of misfortune race dominated the world, it had nothing to do with you humans. It revealed an arrogant look. Clearly, it still remembered the prestige of its ancestors. None of my business. Xia Ping said lazily, I only care about whether you can give me benefits. Since your race is so awesome, you naturally have a lot of treasures, right? What treasured artifacts? Just give me 4 or 5 of them and send me away like I'm a beggar. If you don't have any treasured artifacts, give me 5 or 6,000-year-old spirit herbs or 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. That's not too bad. Give your sister. The crow of misfortune spat at this shameless fellow. Just give me 4 or 5 treasured artifacts? Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Do you think treasured artifacts can be given out so casually? You still say it's like sending away beggars? Damn it. You make it sound nice, but you're clearly sending away bandits. Not even a blade of grass will grow. Furthermore, as the crow of misfortune, it had never seen 1,000-year-old spirit herbs or 10,000-year-old spirit herbs before. They were all kept by the demon monarch and never showed themselves easily. This kid's appetite was boundless. He wanted to make do with 5 or 6 of them. He had never seen anything like this before. Was he not afraid that his appetite would be too big and he would die? The crow of misfortune's face darkened. No, I don't have any treasures. I only have my life. Forget it. It seems you crows of misfortune are just a bunch of poor bastards. You can't take out any money. You're probably one of those declining races. If that's the case, what's the use of you? I'll just kill you and roast you. Xia Ping looked at the crow of misfortune ferociously. He felt that this crow was only worth roasting. Wait, the crow of misfortune, am not poor. Feeling Xia Ping's killing intent, the crow of misfortune was so scared that it peed its pants. It quickly said, although we can't take out treasured artifacts or 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, we can still take out some ordinary spirit herbs, spirit liquids, and demon cores. It showed that it was still of some value. Xia Ping rubbed his chin. He had to admit that this crow was still of some use. If he used it to blackmail the crows of misfortune, he would be able to extort a lot of money. However, if the blackmail was too much, the crows of misfortune would probably not agree. It was estimated that they would rather fight to the death. He had to maintain a balance. He couldn't let himself suffer a loss, nor could he let the crows of misfortune fly into a rage. It seems that these poor monsters are unwilling to take out treasured artifacts or thousand-year-old spirit herbs even if I beat them to death. I can only extort some money. Xia Ping expressed that he was still very short of money. In order to buy a super battleship, he was short of money. Okay, it's not impossible to spare your life, but you have to give me 500 billion federal coins. Xia Ping opened his mouth wide. What? Hearing this, the crow of misfortune's face turned green. The human race and the monster race had been living together for such a long time. In fact, their currencies were almost the same, and they would communicate from time to time. 500 billion federal coins was the same as drawing blood from the crow of misfortune. He would have to pay more than half of his wealth. Chapter 664. Okay, I agree. The crow of misfortune waited again and again and agreed to Xia Ping's blackmail, because if it didn't agree, this damn human would probably go crazy and really kill it. In order to save its own life, it had no choice but to compensate Xia Ping with 500 billion federal coins as the money to buy its life. Not bad, not bad. A wise man submits to circumstances. Xia Ping patted it on the shoulder, indicating that the other party's decision was correct. However, when he thought about it, it seemed that even if the agreement was made now, there was nothing he could do if this monster went back on its word. After all, the other party was not a human, and there was no contract binding it. It was just that he had already thought about it. After the Sky Demon battlefield was over, he would directly take this crow of misfortune away and bring it to the human world. At that time, it would have no choice but to agree. If it didn't agree, it would die. Humph, stupid human. The crow of misfortune's eyes revealed a treacherous light. In fact, it knew exactly what Xia Ping was planning. It was nothing more than to take it away after the Sky Demon battlefield was over. The problem was that there were still more than 2 months before the end of the Sky Demon battlefield. In such a dangerous place, there was always a chance for it to escape during such a long time. Once it found a gap, it would not be this shameless human's turn to be in charge. It would jump freely in the sea and fly freely in the sky, ignoring the stupid human's agreement. Just you wait. The crow of misfortune bared its teeth and laughed sinisterly in its heart. Just you wait, stupid human. When this human is tricked into being lame and leaves the Sky Demon battlefield, it will not be this human's turn to speak. You want me to compensate 500 billion federal coins? Compensate my ass. However, although it thought so in its heart, it still pretended to be very painful on the surface, as if Xia Ping had really cheated hundreds of billions of federal coins. System, is there any way to imprison this monster so that it can't pose a threat to me? Xia Ping's consciousness moved and immediately asked the system for a method. After all, there were still more than 2 months to stay in the Sky Demon battlefield. If he stared at this monster all the time, it would take a lot of his energy. He had to find a way to subdue it. Host, there is an item called the Demon Control Talisman, which is worth 20 million hatred points. The system said, if the host plants this talisman on the crow of misfortune, you can control the crow of hell with just a thought. At that time, it will be the host's slave, and you can deal with it however you want. You can turn it into a soft-footed shrimp in an instant, and you can even take its life. It's like when Sun Wukong wore the band-tightening curse in the myths. But it has a shortcoming. It requires the host to have extremely strong mental power. Otherwise, the host will be controlled by the other party. You must be careful when using it. Moreover, I can only control monsters below the Supreme Power 9th stage. I can't enslave monsters above this stage. 20 million hatred points, Demon Controlling Talisman. Good stuff. Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He immediately knew that this Demon Controlling Talisman was a very good thing. If he gave it to the Crow of Misfortune, it would be equivalent to obtaining a powerful fighter. He could even place the other party in the demon race as a spy and obtain a lot of information. He could also extort a large sum of money. This was simply killing two birds with one stone, making the Crow of Misfortune lose money and its soldiers. It's a pity that this demon control talisman is too expensive. It actually costs 20 million hatred points. If it was a little less, I could exchange for 10 or 8 of them and enslave a group of descendants of the Demon King. Then there would be a good show to watch. Xia Ping felt a little sorry. Exchange. With a bang, a black talisman appeared in his hand. There was a mysterious formation engraved on it, and it emitted a strange aura of the soul. And the hatred points on his body were reduced by 20 million, leaving only 25 million hatred points. What is this? The Crow of Misfortune immediately noticed that there was a black talisman in Xia Ping's hand. It instinctively felt that this was definitely not a good thing, as if it would pose a great threat to itself. Of course it's a good thing. Xia Ping immediately penetrated his mental power into it and completely refined the black talisman. Then he patted the head of the Crow of Misfortune with his big hand. What? The Crow of Misfortune tried to dodge, instinctively feeling that it was extremely dangerous. But at this time, it was seriously injured and could not dodge at all. It could only watch as the black talisman poured into its mind. Boom! Suddenly, the black talisman turned into a black light and merged into the depths of its soul. What the hell is this? The Crow of Misfortune shouted, and the mental power on its body vibrated, trying to expel the black light from its body, and all the monster power in its body surged. Go! Xia Ping's eyes showed a trace of coldness, and the majestic soul power on his body vibrated. This kind of power exceeded the strength of the same level by more than 10 times, equivalent to a grandmaster, and even the Crow of Misfortune could not compare. When this soul power was infused, the black light shone brightly, as if it had received a steady stream of troops. The army pressed on and broke the defense of the Crow of Misfortune. No! The Crow of Misfortune let out a shrill scream, and with a bang, the black light penetrated everything and penetrated into its soul, like a seed, which was stationed inside, taking root and germinating. Even if it wanted to expel it now, it would be impossible, because it had already become a parasite. It only felt that its soul seemed to have formed a connection with this damned human, as if he could destroy its soul with a single thought. This talisman is called the Demon Controlling Talisman. Xia Ping looked at the Crow of Misfortune with a smile. Now that I have planted this talisman in your body, your life and death will be in my control. If you dare to harm me, with a single thought, you will die a violent death. Think about it carefully. What? Hearing this, the Crow of Misfortune's face turned green. It was a dignified Crow of Misfortune, a king race, and it had been famous in the ancient times, known as the Messenger of Hell. At that time, it did not know where the human race was. But now, it had become a prisoner of this shameless human, and it was planted with a demon-controlling talisman, and its life and death were in the hands of this human. Didn't this mean that it had become a slave? Utter humiliation, this was simply utter humiliation. It did not feel that Xia Ping was lying, because it felt that there was a power in the depths of its soul, as if as long as Xia Ping passed an order, its body would not be under its control. Now, it had completely become this damned human's puppet. It's over, it's completely over.
Chapter 665. At this moment, in the valley, Tyrant Jia and the others were anxiously waiting for Xia Ping's return. They were still worried that Xia Ping's pursuit would be successful. After all, they were too far away and they had no way of knowing the situation. Xia Ping is back. An elite student's eyes were very sharp. He immediately noticed two figures flying over from a distance. Yes, they were flying over. The 4 to 5 meter long Crow of Misfortune was sullen and flying over in grief and indignation. Xia Ping was like an emperor sitting on the body of the crow, insufferably arrogant. Boom! Immediately, the Crow of Misfortune landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding elite students coughed incessantly. Xiaoping. Many elite students were stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. If Xiaoping returned empty-handed, they could understand. After all, the crow of misfortune had the ability to fly. If it flew away from a high altitude, no one would be able to catch it. If Xiaoping moved the corpse of the crow of misfortune back, they could also understand. After all, Xiaoping's ferocity was obvious. If he chased after it, it was very possible that the crow of misfortune was killed because of a moment of carelessness. However, they couldn't understand the current situation. Among the demon race, the famous king race, the crow of misfortune thought of itself as a supreme creature, an emissary from hell, and looked down on humans. But now, it was like a subordinate, being sat on by Xiaoping and being ordered around by him. It was clearly riding on Xiaoping's body and urinating. It was really unbelievable that the crow of misfortune could endure this. What had happened in the past 10 minutes? Xiaoping, what's going on? Tu Hao asked curiously. Many elite students pricked up their ears. Xiaoping waved his hand. It's nothing. Previously, I was fighting to the death with this crow. Suddenly, we developed feelings for each other and sparks flew. It was also impressed by my martial strength, so it decided to cut off the chicken's head and burn yellow paper to swear an oath of blood and become brothers. I'm the big brother and it's the second brother. Now, it's one of us. Don't worry, everyone. He gave a simple explanation. Come, little crow, say hello to everyone. With a slap, Xiaoping slapped the crow of misfortune's head. Little shadow. Hearing this, Tyrant Hero and the others were completely dumbfounded. It was as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. The great crow of misfortune was actually called Little Crow. Furthermore, weren't they sworn brothers? Why did it seem like the crow of misfortune was a lackey? His status was so low that he was no different from a servant. Greet your sister. The crow of misfortune wanted to spit on this bastard's face. It didn't want to be brothers with this shameless human at all. It was forced.
However, after being implanted with the demon-controlling talisman, it knew that it could not resist any order from this bastard human for the time being. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. Just you wait. When I return to the demon encampment, I'll ask the demon king for help and completely remove this hateful talisman. The crow of misfortune decided to bow down for now. As the saying goes, a good demon does not fight when the odds are against it. Right now, he was inferior to Zhang Xian. Even if he were to force himself to resist, it would not end well for him. Thus, he might as well listen to Zhang Xian's orders for the time being and let Zhang Xian lower his guard before dealing a fatal blow. Thinking of this, he squeezed out a stiff smile and said to Tyrant Jia and the others, "Hello everyone. I'm really sorry for what happened before. I was a little impulsive. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. From now on, we are all friends. The human race and the demon race will live in harmony and progress together to build a beautiful home." Tyrant Jia and the others were speechless. This was the first time they heard the ferocious demon race talk about living in harmony. When had the demon race not been shouting about killing and massacring an entire city? Now, it was as obedient as a pet. It even wanted to live in harmony with them and build a beautiful home together. They all felt like they were dreaming. However, although they didn't know what method Xiaoping had used, they were sure that the crow of misfortune had been taught a lesson by Xiaoping. It would not be able to cause any trouble in a short period of time. Xiaoping, since we've obtained the spiritual liquid, we'll be leaving. What are your plans? Tyrant Jia immediately told Xiaoping his plans. After obtaining the spiritual liquid, he planned to find a place to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the Grandmaster realm. Only by advancing to the Grandmaster level would they be able to survive in this place and find more treasures. It was not only Tyrant Jia who thought this way. The other elite students also had similar thoughts. I'll stay in the valley for now. You guys go ahead. Xia Ping waved his hand, indicating that he did not want to leave for now. After all, he still had to transport all the spiritual liquid here. Okay, then we'll meet again. Tyrant Jia and the others cupped their hands at Xia Ping and turned to leave. Since he did not want to leave, they would not force him. After all, with Xia Ping's strength, there were probably not many enemies who could hurt him. You stay here and guard the valley. Don't let the enemies in, Xia Ping ordered. The Crow of Misfortune was very sullen. It wanted to refuse, but with the power of the demon-controlling talisman, it could not refuse. It could only stay outside the valley and act as a guardian. However, it also silently circulated the demon power in its body and quickly recovered from its injuries. Chapter 666. With the departure of Tyrant Jia and the others, the news of Xia Ping killing dozens of monsters and taming the Crow of Misfortune spread throughout the Sky Demon battlefield. Many people knew about it. How savage! Xia Ping is simply a freak. Dozens of demons were killed by him. Is this true? Of course it's true. Tyrant Jia and the others saw it with their own eyes. How could it be false? He's simply a monster. Who is the real monster here? He even tamed the Crow of Misfortune. How did he do it? No matter how he did it, given his strength as a martial master, he would definitely be beaten up if he met that boy. All the treasures would be snatched away by him, leaving nothing behind. Yes, break through to the Grandmaster realm immediately. Otherwise, all the benefits will be snatched away by that bastard. Many elite students in the Sky Demon battlefield were dumbfounded when they heard the news. They had never expected Xia Ping to be so ferocious. Dozens of Demon King descendants were not cabbages, yet they were killed just like that. Although he might have borrowed the power of a treasure tool, it was still very shocking. It did not mean that one would be invincible with a treasure tool. It depended on the person. If the person was not strong enough, no matter how powerful the treasure tool was, it would still be a treasure. Furthermore, the Crow of Misfortune was a famous monster. It had committed countless massacres in the past. It was known as the emissary of hell, bringing death and misfortune to countless creatures. However, such a monster had been tamed by Xia Ping. It was simply incredible. Some people felt a sense of urgency. If they did not break through to the Grandmaster realm, they were afraid that they could only live under Xia Ping's control. All the treasures would be snatched away by him. This news spread to the ears of the Demon King descendants, immediately causing them to be furious. He's too arrogant. A tiger demon shouted angrily, that human, Xia Ping, actually dared to do such a thing. He killed dozens of our companions. This is a slap in the face to our demon race. He's declaring war on us. He was furious. He felt that this was a great humiliation. In the past, when they appeared in the celestial demon battlefield, it was always their demon race that had the upper hand and chased those stupid humans to flee. But now, before the battle even started, dozens of them had been killed by those bastard humans. They suffered heavy losses. If this wasn't a great humiliation, then what was? What is that Crow of Misfortune doing? A lion demon gritted its teeth and said, it has already appeared in that place, yet it didn't quickly capture that damned human and torture him. Yet, it was actually tamed. What a joke. Didn't it say that it wanted to capture that human as a slave? How did it become its slave now? Is there something wrong with its brain? Did it misunderstand the logic? With the Crow of Misfortune's strength, it was impossible for it to not be able to defeat that damned person. The problem was that there was news that the Crow of Misfortune had been tamed by a human. This was too exaggerated. The Crow of Misfortune is a demon with a screw loose in the head. It's always arrogant, bragging about the glory of its ancestors. In fact, it's just a hot-headed, half-baked youth without much strength. It was taught a lesson by a human as soon as it made a move. I guess it will be honest in the future. I want to see how it can still be arrogant in the future. It gloated because it didn't have a good impression of that crow. It had been bullied by that guy before, saying that it was a weak race. Now that it was beaten up by a human and completely tamed, it felt that it deserved it. Okay, don't gloat here. A fox demon's eyes revealed a cold light. There is no doubt about the strength of Crow of Misfortune. Even among the descendants of so many monster kings, it is definitely one of the best. But now it has been defeated and captured by that human. One can imagine how terrifying that human, Xia Ping, is. He is definitely extraordinary. Everyone must be careful. Previously, it had underestimated humans and thought that a small human was no match for it. But when it heard that even Crow of Misfortune had fallen into the hands of a human, it immediately became vigilant. If it was careless, it was afraid that it would fail miserably. It's nothing. Crow of Misfortune is just a crow. How can it be compared to us? The three-eyed giant sneered. If I encounter that human, I will definitely tear him apart. It wished that it could immediately find the human, Xia Ping, and kill him. This proved that the martial prowess of the three-eyed giant race was above that of Crow of Misfortune. This was a great opportunity. The eyes of the surrounding demons flickered. Previously, they had only heard of Xia Ping's name, but after killing dozens of demons and even defeating Crow of Misfortune, they immediately didn't dare to be careless. They no longer dared to be careless. This was definitely an unimaginably powerful enemy. However, it didn't mean that they were afraid of the human. Instead, it aroused their ferocity. They wished that they could immediately find Xia Ping and tear him apart to prove the courage of the monster race. At that moment, Xia Ping was cultivating in seclusion in a remote cave in the Sky Demon battlefield. As for the Crow of Misfortune, it was ordered to stay outside the cave and help him guard the cave entrance. It would kill all the enemies that disturbed his cultivation and act as a guard. With the command of the demon control talisman, no matter how aggrieved the Crow of Misfortune was, it had to accept it. It couldn't even take a step away. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After obtaining the spirit liquid, water moon grass, and other rare treasures, Xia Ping's seclusion cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. He broke through 12 meridians in a row and reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the martial master realm. As expected of the spirit liquid, its effects are simply too good. Xia Ping felt that the spirit liquid was simply the purest form of energy. There were no side effects and it was easy to absorb. This greatly increased his cultivation speed. In just a few days, he broke through to the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the martial master realm. If it was during normal times, he probably wouldn't be able to do this even after spending several months. Alright, this is the time. Today, I will break through to the 9th heavenly layer of the martial master realm. Xia Ping circulated the pure yang immortal art. The solar furnace in his body continuously digested the spirit liquid, water moon grass, and other energy. His quintessential essence surged like lava and flowed around his meridians. Rumble when the energy reached its peak, Xia Ping felt a faint stabbing pain in his meridians. It seemed that his mental energy had also reached its peak state at this moment. At this moment, a large amount of quintessential essence vibrated and battered against a certain door in his body. It was like a tidal wave, wave after wave, unceasing and unending. It was as if there was a divine bird crying out in his body. The golden crow of hell's cells were also awakening, being refined into a large amount of pure energy that continuously strengthened his body. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, the door finally cracked open from the impact, and the majestic true essence greatly increased, pouring into the newly opened meridians. Chapter 667. Success. Xia Ping could feel his surging true energy. After breaking through a meridian, he could feel that he had advanced to a new realm. He had reached the 9th layer of the martial master realm. This was the strength of the peak of the martial master realm. It could be said that at this moment, he had already opened 100 meridians. As long as he could open 108 meridians, he would have the strength to break through to the martial master realm. What's going on? The true essence in your body has transformed? At this moment, Xia Ping discovered that his Dantian's Qi Si had undergone a huge transformation. Because his true energy was extremely dense, it was many times stronger than an ordinary martial master realm cultivator. Quantitative change resulted in qualitative change. A whirlpool formed in his Dantian's Qi Si. After being refined by the sun furnace, a large amount of true energy had undergone a transformation. It had actually condensed into a tenacious aura. Astral energy. Xia Ping instantly sensed that this was the power that only martial masters had, astral energy. True energy, astral energy. This was the path of a martial artist's transformation step by step. In order to advance to the martial master realm, the true energy in one's body had to undergo a transformation, producing astral energy. Once one had astral energy, one's attack power, speed, and defense would be many times stronger than a martial master realm cultivator. Is this astral energy? Xia Ping's thoughts moved, and an extremely sharp astral energy surged from his finger. It was like an indestructible sword that could easily pierce through steel. Such power was many times stronger than true energy. In the legends, martial masters could fight against missiles with their bare hands. They didn't fear the might of any bombs. Even in a rain of bullets, they could remain unscathed. The crux of all this was astral energy. After refining astral energy, its density was more than 10 times stronger than true energy. When condensed into a protective barrier, the density was greatly increased. Even the might of a missile explosion wouldn't be able to harm it at all. At the same time, the explosive power of astral energy was even more terrifying. If true energy attacks were like mud, then astral energy attacks would be like steel. They weren't on the same level at all. In fact, astral energy had all sorts of miraculous uses. It wasn't something that true energy could compare to. This was an even higher level of energy. Go! Xia Ping gently pointed his finger, and a wisp of astral energy instantly shot out. It was as if even the air could not obstruct it. The mountain wall in the distance was immediately penetrated, and was easily torn apart like tofu. With a bang, a fist-sized hole appeared in front of him. It was 5 or 6 meters deep, and a large amount of gravel was shattered by this force. Such power! Xia Ping was shocked. This was the first time he had felt the power of a grandmaster. It was just a wisp of earth energy, but it was 10 times stronger than the 10 wisps of quintessential essence from before. Moreover, when using it, there was basically no leakage of energy. This was an improvement in quality, a transition in the essence of life. It seems that controlling it has become easier. Xia Ping could sense that the solar furnace in his dantian was constantly refining and extracting true essence, transforming it into strands of astral qi. The amount of stellar energy in his body seemed to be increasing. With a bang, with a move of his will, he grabbed out with his hand. Astral qi vibrated, and a meter-long sword was actually formed. It emitted a cold light, and the coldness was extremely oppressive. With a bang, Xia Ping grabbed this meter-long sword and slashed it at a rock in the distance. Instantly, this rock was split into two, and dazzling sparks erupted. Too powerful. It's almost the same as a real longsword. Is this the power of astral qi? Xia Ping held the longsword in his hand and felt that it was real to the touch. When he was still in the quintessential essence era, he could also condense longswords. However, those longswords were like inferior weapons that could be destroyed with a casual strike. But after condensing astral qi, a casual longsword that he condensed was actually as tough as a real sword made of steel. Its might was several times stronger. He felt that if he used martial techniques like the head-piercing 7 arrows art now, the might would definitely be greatly enhanced. My mental energy has also been greatly enhanced. Xia Ping sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. The mental energy in the depths of his consciousness had also been greatly enhanced. It spread out and covered a radius of 4 to 5 kilometers. Within this range, not even the slightest movement could escape his perception. If he used the Epic of Heaven, he would probably be able to cover a radius of 300 to 400 meters, and its might would increase by several times. He also sensed that the Crow of Misfortune seemed to be cultivating outside the cave. At this moment, its aura had undergone a great change, and it could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Could this Crow of Misfortune have also made great progress these days and advanced to the Grandmaster realm? Xia Ping immediately sensed that the aura of the Crow of Misfortune seemed to have become more tyrannical than before. If he had encountered this level of Crow of Misfortune when he first entered the Sky Demon battlefield, he probably would not have been a match for it. This was a monster that had stepped into the Grandmaster realm. However, this was also to be expected. Originally, the Crow of Misfortune, a descendant of a monarch, had already reached the peak of the Martial Master realm. In order to enter the Sky Demon battlefield, it had been suppressing its cultivation and not breaking through. Now that it was in the Sky Demon battlefield, there was no need to continue suppressing its cultivation. Hence, breaking through was something that came naturally. However, even if the Crow of Misfortune has improved, I have also improved. In fact, my improvement is even greater. Xia Ping was not at all worried that this Crow of Misfortune would turn the world upside down after advancing to the Grandmaster realm. Putting aside the fact that the Demon Control Talisman had firmly controlled it, preventing it from disobeying his orders. Now that he had advanced to the 9th firmament of the Martial Master realm and condensed the power of Earth energy, it was no different from advancing to the Grandmaster realm. With Earth energy, he would have the supreme power to fight against Grandmasters. Even if he encountered an expert at the first Grandmaster realm, Xia Ping would be able to kill him and tear him to pieces. That Crow of Misfortune was dreaming if it wanted to turn the world upside down. Forget it. I should continue cultivating in seclusion and condense more Earth energy. Xia Ping quickly retracted his mental strength and circulated the pure Yang immortal art. The sun furnace rotated slowly, constantly refining the quintessential essence in his body into Earth energy. Wisps of Earth energy appeared in his Dantian's sea of qi. Although the speed of this refinement was very slow, it was still progressing. He wanted to make use of this time to raise his strength to the peak and constantly improve. At that moment, the Crow of Misfortune outside the cave suddenly woke up and opened its eyes. What's going on? Why did I feel like I was being spied on by an enemy just now? But it disappeared in an instant. Could it be an illusion? The Crow of Misfortune was very puzzled. It looked around but did not discover anything. Forget it. Now that I have just advanced to the Grandmaster realm, I still have to consolidate my cultivation. No matter how it looked, it could not find the reason. Soon, the Crow of Misfortune let go of this matter. Its eyes shone with a ferocious light. Damn human, just you wait. After I refine this Demon Control Talisman, I will settle the score with you. It wanted to use the demonic energy of advancing to the Grandmaster realm to destroy the Demon Control Talisman. Chapter 668. One day later. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why can't I refine this damn talisman? Outside the cave, there was a look of despair on the face of the Crow of Misfortune. It thought that when it was promoted to the Supreme Power realm and its strength was several times stronger than before, it would be able to destroy the so-called demon-controlling talisman, but it didn't expect that it couldn't do it at all. On the contrary, as its strength grew, the control of the demon-controlling talisman became more and more powerful. It seemed to be able to absorb the power of its body and grow. If it continued like this, it would never be able to get rid of the control of the demon-controlling talisman. In fact, this was why this demon-controlling talisman was worth 20 million hatred points. Once it was planted on a monster, unless the owner was willing to remove it, it could not be removed in a lifetime. This was like a parasite, an extremely terrifying talisman that made countless monsters tremble in fear. Am I going to be controlled by this damn human for the rest of my life and become that bastard servant? The Crow of Misfortune felt extremely aggrieved. Originally, it wanted to accept a human servant, but it didn't expect that it would fall into the hands of the other party, and its life was controlled by the other party by strange means. It was really tragic. No, I can't despair. After returning to the Wanya mountain, I will immediately find the old ancestor. With the means of the Monster King, this little demon-controlling talisman can definitely be removed. The crow of misfortune clenched its teeth. It was not crushed by this pressure. Instead, it surged with endless fighting spirit. It must fight with that damn human to the end and never give in. Damn it, why is he still in seclusion for so long? Is he constipated inside? Even women don't take that long to give birth. It looked back at the cave, but there was no news of Xia Ping coming out. Now it had been outside for 4 or 5 days, and it had been waiting for a long time. If it wasn't for the control of the demon-controlling talisman, it would have left long ago. How could it be like a servant, obediently waiting in this place? Whoosh! Suddenly, several powerful demon chi came from a distance and rushed towards this side. The crow of misfortune frowned. It hadn't encountered any enemies these days, whether it was humans or monster clan brothers. After all, this was a remote place. But now, did a monster finally pass by? There was no time to think. 5 or 6 monsters flew over from a distance. Each of them exuded a strong aura. They had advanced to the supreme power realm. As expected of the heavenly demon battlefield. The harvest these days is pretty good. Indeed, it would not be so easy to find so many spiritual herbs in the outside world. How could it be our turn? They were all snatched away by the Demon King. We can only eat the leftovers. Fortunately, I came to the Heavenly Yao battlefield. If I missed this great opportunity, I would probably regret it for the rest of my life. In a while, let's head to the Sky Demon Graveyard to take a look. It's said that countless demon monarchs perished there, leaving behind many treasures. That place is the best treasure trove in the Sky Demon battlefield. Yes, now that we have advanced to the Master Realm, we also have the strength to explore that place. Let's rest here first. We'll set off soon. One demon after another flew over. They were unbridled and tyrannical, crushing everything they encountered. It seemed like anything that tried to stop them would be turned into ashes. What? The crow of misfortune's pupils constricted as its expression changed. This was because it saw the 6 demons approaching from afar. They were the one-horned thunder bull, blackwater boar, inferno eagle, earth-shattering porcupine, wind centipede, and its nemesis, the 3-eyed giant. These were all descendants of demon monarchs. Every one of them possessed terrifying strength. Furthermore, now that they had advanced to the supreme power realm, they were many times more terrifying than before. Look, isn't that the crow of misfortune? Soon, the inferno eagle flying in the distance discovered the crow of misfortune's tracks. Its eyes were extremely sharp. Even from more than 10 kilometers away, it could still capture the existence of its prey. Are you for real? Holy shit, it really is the crow of misfortune. Didn't they say that it has submitted to humans and become their combat servant? Why would it be here? I'm not sure. Let's go and ask. Immediately, the 3-eyed giant and the other demons ran in the direction of the crow of misfortune. At that moment, it was impossible for the crow of misfortune to hide even if it wanted to. Isn't that the famous crow of misfortune? Why did it appear in this godforsaken place? I heard that you submitted to humans and became their combat servant. Is that true? The one who spoke was the 3-eyed giant. It had a look of schadenfreude on its face. Seeing its archenemy suffer was the happiest thing in its life. It's none of your business. The crow of misfortune was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. Its face was very dark. This bastard had poked at its sore spot. He really didn't give it any face at all. After all, even if such a thing really happened, ordinary people wouldn't casually say it, afraid that the other party would feel hurt and embarrassed. However, the 3-eyed giant didn't mind at all. It had specifically come up to slap the crow of misfortune's face. How is it none of my business? This is a major matter for the demon race. If you really submitted to humans, then you are a traitor. We have to clean up our ranks. Otherwise, do you know how great of a blow it will be for such a disgrace to appear among the demon race? The three-eyed giant's eyes revealed a hint of coldness as it stared at the crow of misfortune. Crow of misfortune, tell me. Is this rumor true? The single-horned thunderous bull asked. Hearing this, the crow of misfortune didn't answer because it didn't know how to answer. It was true that it didn't submit to humans. After all, it was planted with a demon-controlling talisman and forced to become a combat servant. However, it didn't submit to humans. Now, it was obeying their orders. Therefore, this was a dilemma. Wait, there seems to be a cave here. I smell a human inside. Could it be that the human Xiaoping is cultivating in this cave? The wind centipede's sense of smell was very sensitive, and it instantly noticed the cave next to it. Fuck, that human is cultivating in seclusion. What are you doing, crow of misfortune? Why are you staying outside the cave? Did you become that lowly human's watchdog? Master is cultivating, so you are guarding the house here? The three-eyed giant's face suddenly became gloomy. Before, it was just teasing, but now it felt that things were serious. Did this crow of misfortune really become a human's combat servant? Was it a traitor? If this news spread, perhaps the entire 1,000-demon mountain would be shocked. Who knew how many demon kings would be angry? They might even want to kill the crow of misfortune. Chapter 669. It's not what you think. You should leave as soon as possible. Don't stay here. The crow of misfortune's tone was very firm. It wanted the three-eyed giant and the other monsters to leave. Leave my ass. The Blackwater grizzly bear's temper was very explosive. It immediately roared, Crow of misfortune, tell me the truth. Did you become that human's watchdog and guard his house? The three-eyed giant and the other monsters stared at the crow of misfortune with killing intent. This was very serious. In the human world, it would be like a king's descendant had surrendered to the monster race and become a monster's dog. This was an extremely bad betrayal. I can't say anything about this. The crow of misfortune's attitude was still very firm. It wouldn't say anything even if it was beaten to death. Crow of misfortune, there's something wrong with your attitude. Do you think you're fucking in the right to be a monster's traitor? Do you think being a human's dog is very glorious? The three-eyed giant said in a strange tone. Three-eyed giant, if you dare to say anything else, I'll kill you. The crow of misfortune was furious. It couldn't stand the three-eyed giant for even half a second. Tell me, what did that human give you? Why are you still protecting him? The earth-splitting porcupine stared at the crow of misfortune. It couldn't understand. The crow of misfortune was a king race and had a high status in Wanya Mountain. How could it be bribed by a puny human? It was even willing to become his battle servant. It racked its brains but still couldn't understand. There are no benefits at all. The crow of misfortune straightened its neck. Fuck. The one-horned thunder bull slapped its head. Nothing, yet you still serve him and become his battle servant. Is there something wrong with you? Did you fall in love with that human? It had once heard of demons and humans falling in love, giving birth to many inspiring stories. The problem was that those stories were between males and females. It had never seen two males falling in love. Love your sister. Don't talk nonsense here. The crow of misfortune's face darkened. Moreover, he was in love with that human. It simply wanted to immediately take that brat's life. The Blackwater explosive bear shouted, "What's there to talk about? Let's just barge into the cave and kill that human. That's the end of it." You're right. That human kid seems to still be in closed-door cultivation. This is a great opportunity. We can kill him with a single slap while he's not paying attention. Who knows how much time we'll have saved? The wind centipede said in a creepy voice, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. The three-eyed giant and the other demons nodded as well. Regardless of the crow of misfortune's difficulties, nothing would happen as long as they destroyed the human. Moreover, that brat was on the demon clan's must-kill list. After killing him, there would be a lot of benefits. In summary, not killing Xiaoping was simply intolerable by the heavens. Stop right there. If you dare take even half a step in here, I won't be polite to you. The Crow of Misfortune stood forward, blocking the three-eyed giant and the other demons from advancing. To be honest, it did not want to stop him. The problem was that the demon-controlling talisman was like a ticking time bomb. If it offended that human, it was afraid that it would die without a burial. So, no matter what, it had to do its duty. You've indeed become a traitor. You actually protect humans to such an extent. What medicine did he give you? Kill this hopelessly stupid crow now. There's no need for any evidence. Let's just kill it. Who knows, the crows of misfortune might even reward us. The three-eyed giant and the other demons stared intently at the crow of misfortune. Previously, they had suspected that the crow of misfortune had defected to the enemy, but from the looks of it, there was no way it was fake. The human was in closed-door cultivation, so it was the best opportunity to kill the kid. However, the crow of misfortune had come to stop him. It was obvious how close the two were. Murderous intent surged from their hearts. They decided that they could not let the crow of misfortune continue living. Otherwise, this fellow would be a disgrace to the demons and would shake their foundation. Crow of misfortune, since you want to stop us and be a traitor, die. The three-eyed giant's killing intent surged as he wanted to attack the crow of misfortune. Dong! Just then, a loud sound came from the cave. Sand and stones flew everywhere. A rock blocking the cave exploded on the spot, turning into countless gravel and dust. With a swoosh, a figure walked out of the dust. It was Xiaoping. What's with all the noise? Can't you let me sleep? Don't you have any morals? Xiaoping's sleepy eyes were loose, as if he had just woken up. His temper was not very good. He looked at the three-eyed giant and the other demons ferociously. Sleep your ass. The Blackwater explosive bear was very short-tempered. Something like this has happened, and you're still sleeping in the cave. You're really brave. Get over here and explain to me why the crow of misfortune is your battle servant. If you dare to reveal the slightest reason, I'll beat you until you wish you were dead. He clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. The muscles all over his body swelled, and his demonic power surged. The ground trembled, as if it could not bear this aura. Several cracks appeared on the ground. This was the aura of a grandmaster. It could not be compared to a martial arts master or a demon. The difference was like heaven and earth. It seemed to have the power to control the world. Noisy. With a swoosh, Xiaoping's figure flashed. He circulated the earth energy in his body and used the Kunpeng steps. At that moment, a pair of Kunpeng wings appeared on his back. These wings were much more terrifying than when he was in the martial arts master realm. They were almost solid, like real Kunpeng wings. They emitted a white glow. Boom! In an instant, his wings flapped, producing a terrifying propulsion force. It was as if the airflow within dozens of meters was controlled by the wings. What? The Blackwater explosive bear had no time to react. It was shocked to find that the damned human had appeared in front of it from a few hundred meters away. Too fast. The three-eyed giant and the other demons were also shocked. Even they did not know when Xiaoping had made his move. In the blink of an eye, the human had appeared in front of the Blackwater explosive bear. He's become stronger again. The crow of misfortune was in despair. How could this bastard improve so quickly? It did not make sense. Xiaoping kicked the Blackwater explosive bear's body lightly. Arg! Suddenly, the Blackwater raging bear let out a shrill cry. The kick contained a terrifying amount of stellar energy, which instantly broke through the Blackwater raging bear's demonic energy defense. Even its strong bear race body could not withstand such a terrifying force. Its bones broke one after another, and its lungs were severely injured. Its entire body was sent flying. Dong! It flew for a full 2 to 3 kilometers before finally smashing into the wall of a small mountain in the distance. Immediately, a huge crater was formed, and huge rocks were shattered into pieces from the impact. Chapter 670. You want to beat me up with such little ability? What a joke. Why don't you go back and ask your mother to give you some medicine? Xia Ping calmly looked at the group of demons. It was as if kicking the Blackwater explosive bear away was like swatting a mosquito. It was nothing. After reaching the 9th heaven of Martial Master, he had refined his Gang Qi and had the power to compete with a supreme power. It could be said that he was no different from a supreme power now. It was a piece of cake for him to kick a monster at the 1st heaven of supreme power realm. The 9th heaven of Martial Master. The Crow of Misfortune could see that Xia Ping was much stronger than before. Although it had reached the 1st heaven of supreme power realm, this damn human was not inferior to it. He might even be stronger. This completely ruined its original plan to become the master. Damn it, what kind of drugs did this guy take? How could he make such progress so fast that he can even compete with a supreme power? The Crow of Misfortune said that it had never seen such a human being. How dare you attack the Blackwater explosive bear? Go to hell. At this time, the one-horned thunder bull shouted. It was furious when it saw that the Blackwater explosive bear was seriously injured with a kick. It couldn't bear it at all. Boom! It circulated the demonic energy in its body, and the purple horn on its head crackled. The power of lightning flickered, and it seemed to form thunderclouds above its head. Its 4 hooves ran crazily, like a super tank, attacking Xia Ping crazily. The power of lightning and the power of the ox demon, when these 2 powers were added together, it was simply terrifying. It was as if it could even cause a small mountain to crumble down. Let's kill this human together. The flaming eagle moved the fastest. It flapped its wings and a huge flame emerged from its body, like a divine bird of flames. It swooped down from the sky like a supersonic plane, tearing the air apart. The terrible sound waves came from the surroundings and cracked the earth. The air in the air was pushed away and condensed into a substance. It spread out layer by layer like waves. These vibrations contained terrible, destructive power. It even burst into a huge flame. The temperature was so high that it could even melt steel. This was the power of the flaming eagle itself. It knew how to control flames and was born in flames. It usually lived in the depths of volcanic magma and fed on it. Foolish human, attacking the demon race is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. The earth-splitting porcupine roared. Its body was 4 or 5 meters tall. It ran like a small mountain. Its 4 huge hooves trampled on the ground. It seemed to have the power to control the earth. Every time it ran, it would control the power of the earth and produce terrible earth fluctuations. With a few kacha-kacha sounds, it ran over, and the earth immediately split open. Its entire body weighed dozens of tons, and when it came crashing over, even a tall building would be smashed into pieces. This was the power of the earth-splitting porcupine. It had the ability to control the earth. This was the power of the earth-splitting porcupine. It could control the earth. In the past, when the human race and the demon race were at war, the earth-shattering porcupines would attack by the thousands. In just a few breaths, the earth would quake, and a human city would be razed to the ground. No life would survive. The wind centipede was the most sinister. It was a poisonous species. Even a king would have a headache if they came in contact with its poison. The wind centipede was the most sinister. It was a poisonous species. Even a king would have a headache if they came in contact with its poison. 1 gram of its poison could kill millions of people. Even earth energy would be corroded if a master stage cultivator came in contact with it. Not to mention, it was a wind centipede. It had the power to control the wind and was extremely fast. In a short distance attack, it was twice as fast as the flaming eagle. Coupled with the terrifying toxins in its body, it was practically invincible when it tried to assassinate its enemies. Any creature that was targeted by it would basically die. Swish! In an instant, the wind centipede disappeared. It was like a dart flying at supersonic speed. It disappeared into the air without a sound. Even the naked eye couldn't see it clearly. The three-eyed giant didn't make a move. It had an arrogant look on its face. It seemed to think that as long as the demon brothers attacked, it would be easy to kill Xiaoping. It didn't need to do anything. Stupid! Xiaoping immediately took out the soul-bewitching bell and injected his earth energy into it. Immediately, the soul-bewitching bell exploded with great power. This power was several times more terrifying than before. Jingle jingle suddenly, with the soul-bewitching bell as the center, circles of spiritual waves invisible to the naked eye were produced. Its speed was many times faster than the speed of sound. In a breath's time, it had spread to a radius of 300 meters. This spiritual wave was all-pervasive and indestructible. It hit the monsters that attacked Xiaoping. Ah! Immediately, the 4 monsters that attacked Xiaoping let out shrill screams. They felt as if their souls had been hit hard, as if someone had smashed them in the back of the head with a brick. They felt as if their eyes were seeing stars. There was also a momentary gap in the previous attack. Usually, such a gap was nothing. However, in a battle between experts, such a gap was fatal. Especially the wind centipede. Its speed was too fast. It was even faster than the flame eagle. In an instant, it was 2 or 3 meters away from Xiaoping. There was still some distance left before it reached Xiaoping. It would also rely on its incomparably fast speed to instantly pierce through Xiaoping's body and release its venom at the same time, forcefully poisoning him to death, causing him to die without a whole corpse. However, after being hit by the power of the soul-bewitching bell, its whole body appeared in mid-air. It was as if it had been immobilized. It stopped in mid-air and couldn't move. Xiaoping didn't even look at it. He used the pure yang immortal incantation. This palm contained the terrifying essence of the sun. The flame burned wildly. It seemed to be even more terrifying than before. Its color was even darker. It was like a thick mass of darkness that couldn't be dispelled. Dong! This power hit the wind centipede's body. Suddenly, it felt like a mountain had crashed down. The bones in its body were shattered into dozens of pieces. At the same time, black flames surrounded the wind centipede's body and instantly burned it. No, no, no! The wind centipede let out a shrill scream. It was even more miserable than the scream of a pig being slaughtered. It was as if it had suffered the torture of the 18th level of hell. Even its soul was being burned by the flames. In just a breath's time, its whole body was burned into charcoal. It lost all signs of life. With a bang, its body fell to the ground, creating a pit. Chapter 671. What? The crow of misfortune was shocked. Even though it knew that Xiaoping's strength had increased greatly and that he was no match for him, it did not expect him to kill the wind centipede in one move. It was unbelievable. Wind centipede. The three-eyed giant's eyes were wide open. The wind centipede was its companion. Although it did not have a deep relationship with it, it could not watch it be killed by a lowly human. The problem was that the human bastard's attack speed was too fast, so fast that it couldn't react at all. It only reacted when the wind centipede's body was burnt to a crisp and fell to the ground. However, the wind centipede was already dead, so there was no way it could save it. However, this was just the beginning. Kill! With a bang, Xiaoping took a step forward and struck with his right palm. King-level martial technique, Palm of the Buddha. This palm contained the power of earth energy. It was simply an attack of a master. A golden Buddha condensed in the air. It was resplendent and dazzling like the sun. The Buddha was wrapped in black flames. When it struck with its palm, gold and black entangled, holy and dark merged, light and evil all mixed together, emitting an extremely strange feeling. However, it was extraordinarily powerful, as if the Buddha had descended to the human world. Dong! This palm slapped hard on the earth-splitting porcupine that was charging towards it. It fell from the sky, and the entire air seemed to collapse. The ground was shaken by more than 10 centimeters. Damn it! The earth-splitting porcupine was inexplicably shocked. It felt as if it was being stared at by a giant hundreds of meters tall. Although it was also a wild boar with a huge body and running like a bus, it was not even worth mentioning. Compared to this giant palm, it was not even worth mentioning at all. It originally wanted to stop charging, lest it hit the enemy's muzzle. However, its speed was too fast, its body was too heavy, and the force of inertia was too strong. There was no way it could stop. He could only look on helplessly as the giant palm came crashing down. Bang! At this moment, the giant golden palm pressed down in the air, exploding with terrifying power. It slapped the body of the earth-splitting porcupine like a falling mountain. Ah! The earth-splitting porcupine let out a miserable scream. Its entire body was slapped into the ground, sinking more than 10 meters deep. The ground shook and collapsed, forming dozens of cracks. At the same time, the giant palm also erupted with black flames. As if it had a life of its own, it instantly wrapped around the body of the earth-splitting porcupine and burned wildly. In an instant, the ball of flame completely roasted the earth-splitting porcupine's body, and a meaty aroma filled the air. With a little more cumin, it could be eaten as barbecued meat. The earth-splitting porcupine was also slapped to death by this palm. The earth-splitting porcupine was also slapped to death. When the one-horned thunderbolt saw two of its companions killed by Xiaoping with a single palm strike, its eyes turned bloodshot. It was like a bulldog that had seen a red cloth. It lost all rationality. In this way, the demonic power in its body was completely stimulated. The lightning that was originally the size of a thumb quickly evolved to the thickness of an arm, and its power increased by 2 to 3 times. Its single horn flickered with the power of purple lightning. It was like a lightning spear, indestructible. Coupled with the terrifying strength of the Ox clan, this kind of impact would even be able to pierce through a huge mountain. What a powerful lightning power! Seeing this scene, the Crow of Misfortune was shocked. This single-horned lightning bull was definitely not simple. It possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. If the Crow of Misfortune were to face this attack, it would most likely be pierced through and turned into a dried corpse. However, Xiaoping didn't dodge. He stood there expressionlessly and extended his right hand to gently block the one-horned thunderbolt's horn. Bang! The power of lightning and the power of the bull surged forward like a flood. This level of power was enough to destroy everything. However, layer after layer of energy barriers surged out from Xiaoping's body. There were hundreds and thousands of them. Every layer of the energy shield looked like a piece of white paper, but in reality, they were even tougher than cowhide. Furthermore, there were hundreds and thousands of layers stacked on top of each other, constantly resonating, madly weakening the power of lightning and the power of the bull. This energy shield was like a whale that devoured everything it touched, completely swallowing up the energy. No matter how hard the horned lightning bull tried, it couldn't break through the energy art. Impossible! The one-horned lightning bull shrieked, its face bright red. It couldn't believe its eyes. Even a descendant of a demon king wouldn't be able to block this attack. But now, this damned human was merely standing there. He did not even use any magic treasures. Instead, he had merely raised his palm and blocked his fatal attack. This was simply too ridiculous. Backlash. Xiaoping looked at the one-horned lightning bull coolly, then drew on the Dark North bodyguard art. The terrifying energy that had been absorbed by the Dark North bodyguard art flowed through his limbs and back into his hand. He was giving it a taste of its own medicine. Boom! The one-horned lightning bull let out a miserable shriek. It could sense how terrifying its attack was, and it was sent flying like a piece of trash. It flew through the air for a full 2 or 3 kilometers before smashing into the side of a mountain, creating a pit in the shape of an ox. In the distance, more than a dozen boulders that weighed several tons were smashed to pieces. The lightning also crazily vented on the ground, turning trees into charcoal. Dozens of tons of soil splashed out in all directions, causing the earth to tremble. The one-horned lightning bull also fell to the ground, constantly coughing up blood. It was obvious that it had breathed in more than it breathed out. A large amount of blood flowed on the ground, dyeing it red. Fuck, it died just like that. The raging flame eagle was so frightened that it nearly lost its soul. The earth-shattering porcupine was a demon with extremely strong defense. Its body was covered in armor formed by the power of the earth. Ordinary forces would not be able to penetrate its porcupine skin. But now it was killed by a single palm from that human. Even the flames were extremely terrifying. In an instant, the earth-splitting porcupine was roasted and turned into a roasted pig. Even the ferocious attack of the one-horned lightning bull was easily blocked by this human. The rebound caused the one-horned lightning bull to be shaken to death. It was a terrifying mess. If it were to collide with the muzzle of this human, it would probably become a roasted eagle. How could it still be alive? Boom! It hurriedly flapped its wings and stepped on the brakes to control its speed. After all, its body was not as huge as the earth-splitting porcupine, and its inertia was not as strong. If it used all its strength, it could still stop its speed. This was the advantage of the flaming eagle. Swish! Chapter 672. Don't even think of escaping. Xia Ping pulled out the hell's spear in his right hand. His entire body's astral energy surged, causing the air around him to distort and produce all sorts of strange phenomena. The aura of hell spread out, as if he were the ruler of hell itself. What? The crow of misfortune shuddered when it sensed this aura. It felt as if something deep within its body was being drawn out by this aura, and was beginning to stir. It felt like it wanted nothing more than to crawl at the feet of this damned human. This wasn't the power of the demon-controlling talisman, but the power that came from the depths of its bloodline. It couldn't resist at all. It felt incomparably terrified. It had no idea why it was feeling this way. Had it really been completely subdued by this shameless human? Stop! The three-eyed giant couldn't take it anymore. It had wanted to watch from the sidelines, but in just a few breaths' time, 2 of its monster companions had been killed by this human, and the fate of another was unknown. Now, he wanted to kill the Blaze Eagle. This human wanted them all dead. However, the human was simply too fast. It couldn't even save its other monster companions in time, but it definitely wouldn't allow this human to kill the Blaze Eagle. Boom! In an instant, the three-eyed giant moved extremely quickly. It threw a punch, condensing a terrifying astral energy. A solid fist appeared in the air, shaking the earth. This punch contained an unknown amount of terrifying power. If one was hit by it, even a small mountain would be pierced through, and the entire mountain would be split apart. Kuan Ping steps. With a whoosh, Xia Ping didn't even look at the three-eyed giant. His entire body was like a Kuan Ping, soaring through the sky at will. Using strange footwork, he easily dodged the three-eyed giant's attack. Dong! The punch blasted through the air, hitting a small mountain several hundred meters away. The terrifying fist force brought with it an astonishing gust of wind. Along the way, the terrifying fist force forcibly tore out a dirt path several hundred meters long. Dozens of tons of soil flew to the side, and trees were crushed to pieces. A clear fist-sized hole appeared on the small mountain in the distance. The marks around it were extremely obvious. Due to the extreme speed and constant friction, there was a burning smell in the air. Die! After evading the three-eyed giant's attack, Xia Ping gripped the hell spear in his hand and imbued it with a boundless amount of astral energy. Immediately, numerous hellish martial techniques surged into his mind, creating a multitude of spear afterimages. Xiao! The hell spear was like a supersonic plane. It tore through the air and spun crazily. The tip of the spear contained a sharp aura and seemed indestructible. Damn it! Originally, the raging flame eagle had assumed that he would be able to escape with the three-eyed giant's help. Unexpectedly, this kid was too much of a monster. He even brought out a prized artifact. It could feel that this precious artifact was extremely terrifying and contained the aura of hell. It clearly hadn't attacked yet, but it already made its sea of consciousness produce countless illusions. It was as if fiends had emerged from hell and were tearing at its soul. In fact, the hell spear was like the god of the underworld that had locked onto its soul. No matter how it struggled to escape, it couldn't escape the attack of the god of the underworld. Dong! Before the flame eagle could think of a way to escape, the hell spear arrived in front of it and pierced its body without hesitation. Arg! In an instant, the flame eagle let out a blood-curdling screech. Its gigantic body was flung 2 to 3 kilometers away along with the hell spear. Finally, with a dong, the hell spear nailed the flame eagle to a huge mountain wall. A large amount of blood flowed down, but it was all absorbed and devoured by the hell spear. The flame eagle's eyes were wide open, as if it couldn't believe that it had been killed just like that. Human, I'm going to kill you. When the three-eyed giant saw that the flame eagle had been killed, its eyes were wide open and its lungs were about to explode. It had already attacked, but it still couldn't stop the human's attack. This was like a slap to its face. It couldn't bear it at all. Get over here and die. Xia Ping looked at the three-eyed giant indifferently and gave it a sidelong glance. He didn't care about it at all. Die! The three-eyed giant was enraged. With a bang, it took out a black stick that was 4 to 5 meters long. This was the great weapon of the giant clan, the Wolf Fang mace. It was a terrifying great weapon made from the teeth of the Green Wolf King. It was indestructible and extremely hard. One hit from the Wolf Fang mace could crack the ground and smash a wild beast into meat paste. Together with the three-eyed giant's terrifying strength, it was like adding wings to a tiger. The three-eyed giant's martial art, overlord battle technique. The Wolf Fang mace smashed towards Xia Ping. It was extremely overbearing, as if it was an overlord. The air around it was crushed, forming a vacuum zone. This kind of power was like a falling star. If it didn't die, it would be injured. Die! Xia Ping took a step forward, as if he didn't care about the three-eyed giant's terrifying attack at all. He struck out with his palm. It was silent, as if there was no rhythm or technique to it. However, the power of this palm was stacked layer by layer. It was like the waves of the sea, containing the power to destroy everything. It was like a flood, destroying everything in its path. Nothing could stop it. King-level extreme rank martial art, slackless palm. Dong! The Wolf Fang mace and the slackless palm collided. Countless air currents collided with each other, creating loud clanging sounds. It was like countless soldiers were fighting in an army, causing dazzling sparks to fly. At the center of the collision, a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters was formed. Soil flew everywhere, and dense cracks appeared on the ground. So strong. Even the crow of misfortune could feel how strong this power was. It was like two giants were fighting each other. This was a collision of barbaric strength, the most primitive kind of collision. Even with its strength, it couldn't help but take a few steps back. It had to dissipate all the power in order to avoid being injured. As expected of the three-eyed giant race. This kind of strength is not just for show. Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He could feel his palms going numb. The Wolf Fang mace was emitting boundless vibrational power. The three-eyed giant was born with great strength. Together with the piercing power of the Wolf Fang mace, the power of the two stacked together. It was not something an ordinary person could block. If an ordinary person met the three-eyed giant, they would probably be killed on the spot and turned into meat paste. Chapter 673. How is this possible? You're just a lowly human. How can you fight me in terms of strength? This is a joke. What a joke. The three-eyed giant was confident in its own strength. Other than the freakishly powerful elephant race, it was probably the only giant race that could do anything. The problem was that when it swung its cudgel down and fought with this human bare-handed, it felt a terrifying backlash from the other party. It felt numb, and its blood and chi churned. It had the urge to vomit blood. It was a three-eyed giant, a race that was born with godly strength. It could move mountains and drain oceans. Now, it was numbed by a tiny human. Wasn't this a joke? But how could it know how terrifying Xiaoping's bloodline was? He had the bloodline of the golden crow of hell, and his strength was comparable to a baby divine beast. This bloodline constantly strengthened Xiaoping's muscles and bones, making him evolve in a non-human direction. Even though the three-eyed giant race was strong, it was still far from being able to compete with the golden crow of hell. But it didn't know this. It thought it was at a disadvantage against the human. Even the power it was most proud of had lost to the human. How could it accept this? I will kill you and wash away the shame of the three-eyed giant. With a boom, the three-eyed giant's bloodline power swelled. Its muscles swelled, and its bones enlarged. Its body grew even taller, reaching a height of 20 meters. This was one of the gifts of the three-eyed giant race, law embodiment of heaven and earth. Of course, it was still a far cry from the legendary law embodiment of heaven and earth. But even so, once its giant bloodline was activated, it had the power to move mountains and drain oceans. Its muscles were terrifying to the extreme. Even its blood vessels were bulging like steel bars. Giants didn't need armor at all. Their muscles were the best armor. Even a sword that could cut through iron as if it were mud couldn't hurt them at all. At this moment, Xiaoping was like a tiny speck compared to this 20-meter-tall three-eyed giant. He was an ant that could be squashed to death with one hand. Human, die. Ninth Heaven Mountain Lifting Fist. The three-eyed giant roared in anger. It punched out, its fist glowing with white light. It took a step forward, and a supreme giant rose behind it. It was expressionless, like an overlord, suppressing the void. The unparalleled giant was a totem formed from astral energy. It was like a king of giants, shining with boundless light. It stood in midair like a god, high up in the sky. This was a supreme fist art of the three-eyed giant race, a peerless king-level fist art. The air exploded with the power to uproot mountains. The ground quaked, and the enraged roar of a giant echoed out in all directions. Even the sky seemed to be on the verge of shattering, and the clouds in the sky were completely swept away by the force of the blow. This kind of power was enough to shatter a of mountains. Spear. With a whoosh, Xiaoping summoned the hell spear that had nailed the raging flame eagle back to him and reappeared in his right hand. Gripping the hell spear tightly, Yang Qi lunged at the three-eyed creature. This was a hell martial art, hell-suppressing demon spear. In the blink of an eye, layers upon layers of spear shadows appeared. The hell spear seemed to have linked up with the 9 hells of hell and was stained with the aura of hell. A large amount of black aura spread out. All of the energy of heaven and earth seemed to be converging on the hell spear. Vaguely, an illusion appeared behind Xiaoping. The air distorted, as if a painting of the 9 hells had appeared, enveloping the entire world. What is this? In the distance, the misfortune crow could not help but tremble at the sight of this distorted phenomenon. It was as if its blood was boiling, and its entire body was trembling. It was the 9 hells. Vast. No one could describe how big this place was. It was boundless, and no end could be seen. Even the cloud realm was just a grain of sand in this world. Vast. Even if the most tyrannical race came to hell, they could only feel their own insignificance. No matter what kind of power they used, they could not shake this world in the slightest. Darkness. Bubbles emerged from the depths of hell, floating in the darkness. It was a darkness that could not be described with words. Even the abyss, and even the black hole, could not compare to this darkness. This darkness was corruption and corruption. It was a darkness that could corrupt even the purest and most pure of angels. Even the most evil of demons could be tainted. Even the everlasting gods had to face the supreme darkness of dusk. This was the aura of the 9 hells, the home of all death, end, dusk, and chaos. Bang! The three-eyed giant's fist was instantly pierced by Xia Ping's spear. The terrible force exploded inch by inch. It could not be blocked at all. It was as weak as tofu. Ah! The three-eyed giant couldn't help but let out a miserable shriek. The hell spear's sharp aura had struck its fist, injuring it. Blood flowed out, and a wave of pain spread through its body. It was so painful that it turned pale. The vast power even forced its entire body back. If this scene was seen by others, it would be unimaginable. With just one strike, a small human had actually forced the 20-meter-tall giant back. It could not fight back at all. Impossible. The supreme fist technique of the three-eyed giant race was pierced by a lowly human spear. It did not even have the power to resist. How is this possible? The three-eyed giant was very shocked. If it had not experienced this personally, it would not have been able to imagine how terrifying this human Xia Ping's spear was. It had the power to suppress gods and demons. When the human's hell spear pierced it, it felt like it was in hell. Its soul stopped in that instant, and it could not even use its magic power. It was as if the entire world had stopped moving. This was a martial skill that surpassed the peerless king level. It did not belong to the mortal world. That was indeed the case. The hell-suppressing demon spear that Xia Ping had learned was a martial skill from hell. It contained supreme power, and had the power to suppress demons and gods. Even though he had only scratched the surface and could not use the essence of it, it was still not something the three-eyed giant race could defend against. The difference was too great. It was like the difference between a mortal and a god. Damn it! I don't believe that a small human like you can be so lawless. I don't believe that I, the three-eyed giant, cannot kill you. The three-eyed giant roared. Chapter 674. The third eye of the three-eyed giant contained a mysterious power. Once it opened, it would explode with destructive light. This power could destroy everything. Even kings and treasured weapons would not be able to block it. But using the power of the third eye was not easy. Once it opened, it would use up all of its energy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not open it. But if it really decided to open it, it would mean that it would not rest until the enemy was dead. Boom! At that moment, the third eye of the three-eyed giant opened. There seemed to be a vortex of energy deep in its pupil, and a destructive aura was brewing in its eyes. With its body as the center, a terrifying aura surged out, as if it had completely locked onto Xia Ping's aura. Oh no, it's going all out. The crow of misfortune's heart tightened. Even though it and the three-eyed giant used to be enemies, it had never forced it to use the power of its third eye. If it used the destructive light of its third eye, it would mean that the three-eyed giant would be able to completely destroy its enemy. Even the crow of misfortune would be afraid of such a power. Despicable humans, be destroyed, the three-eyed giant roared, and its third eye immediately shot out a golden light that was almost solid. This golden light contained a destructive aura, as if it had the power of gods and demons. When it was shot out, it was like a laser cannon. It was extremely fast, and it arrived before Xia Ping in an instant. No matter how fast humans were, they could not compare to the speed of the destructive light. Xia Ping naturally could not dodge it, but there was no need for him to do so at this time. He gripped the hell spear in his hand tightly, and the demon-suppressing hell spear flowed in the depths of his mind. Kill! In the blink of an eye, he pierced out with the hell spear. It contained an unparalleled Tao of suppression. This was a martial art that could suppress gods and demons. Even if he only knew a little about it right now, he could still unleash an earth-shattering power. All the power of the hell spear was activated, and a black light shot out. This was the power of hell. It was dark and dense, and it was solid. It was as if the god of hell was harvesting the power of souls. If the destructive light was the power of destruction, then this black light was the power of death. Not only would it bring death to life, but it would also bring the end to all things in the world. Bang! The two beams of light collided in an instant, like comets crashing into Yan Huang's star. A terrifying tremor erupted, and intense sparks also burst out. Qi strength shot out in all directions. The ground was immediately shaken by this energy, creating a huge crater. The soil, trees, and rocks were all shattered. The shockwave was like a bulldozer, immediately pushing everything away. What? The three-eyed giant went crazy. It used all of its strength, opening its third eye and using divine light of destruction. This was a trump card that could kill all enemies, yet it couldn't kill Xia Ping. It was too laughable. If even its last resort couldn't kill Xia Ping, then how could it kill this human? Die! Xia Pingke didn't care about the three-eyed giant's astonishment. He didn't show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He stabbed his spear towards the three-eyed giant's body. It was indestructible and contained the power to suppress demons. It was as if the entire world was covered by the boundless power, and all the air currents were controlled by the hell spear. Even if the three-eyed giant wanted to escape, it would be impossible. Dong! The spear instantly pierced through the three-eyed giant's chest. A huge bloody hole appeared in its chest, and blood flowed to the ground like a rain of blood. The three-eyed giant's huge body, which was originally 20 meters tall, quickly burst like a balloon after being pierced by the spear. Its body rapidly shrank, returning to its original height of 4 or 5 meters. With a bang, it also fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. Its face was pale, because the spear had accurately pierced through the three-eyed giant's heart, causing it to explode. Damn it, damn it! But even though one of its hearts had been destroyed, the three-eyed giant's strong vitality didn't kill it. It struggled madly, trying to fight to the death with Xia Ping. Rumor has it that the three-eyed giant's body structure is abnormal, and it has 3 hearts. Xia Ping looked at the three-eyed giant in the distance. Even if one heart is destroyed, there are still 2 hearts that can function normally. Their vitality is extremely strong. I thought it was just a legend, but it turns out to be true. What an eye-opener. He clicked his tongue in admiration. But this was very normal. After all, the three-eyed giant's body was huge, and if they wanted to pour all their blood into every part of their body, they wouldn't be able to do so without a strong heart. Having 3 hearts was like 3 engines that could drive the giant's body. This was also why the three-eyed giant was so strong, far surpassing humans. Moreover, their recovery abilities were extremely strong. Even if one heart was destroyed, as long as the other 3 hearts weren't completely destroyed, they would be able to regenerate within a few days. Because of this, the three-eyed giant was known as the king of the demon race. They had the power to stand at the peak of countless demon races. They didn't fear death, and were known as war gods. But since I can destroy one, I can naturally destroy a second and a third. Let's see if you can continue to live after having all 3 hearts destroyed. Xia Ping clenched his fists, staring at the three-eyed giant in front of him, his killing intent surging. Bastard! Hearing this, the three-eyed giant's entire body trembled.
It knew that if its 3 hearts were destroyed, it would undoubtedly die. Even if a god descended, it wouldn't be able to save it. Wait! At this moment, the crow of misfortune braced himself and stepped forward. He looked at Xia Ping with a fawning expression. Big brother, can you give me some face and not kill this three-eyed giant? Killing it now won't do you any good. Right, aren't you short on money? I think Big Brother can completely capture it and sell it to the three-eyed giant race after the Sky Demon battlefield is over. It's the young master of the three-eyed giant race. It's extremely talented and can definitely be sold for a good price. In order to protect the three-eyed giant's life, the Crow of Misfortune had stepped forward to stop Xia Ping, even if it risked being killed by him. After all, a few demon race geniuses had already died. If even the three-eyed giant was killed, the demon race would suffer heavy losses. This was equivalent to the death of a few future demon kings. This was an unbearable burden. Even though the Crow of Misfortune had once clashed with the three-eyed giant, it naturally knew what to do when faced with the big picture. That makes sense. Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes immediately lit up. Killing the three-eyed giant now would only remove a threat to him. It wouldn't bring him the greatest benefits.
Chapter 675. Of course, killing the three-eyed giant now would incur the hatred of the three-eyed giants and gain a lot of hatred. But how could it compare to capturing the three-eyed giant like a slave and selling it off? Not only would he gain a lot of hatred, but he could also earn a lot of money along the way. This was a plan that would yield many benefits in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Xia Ping couldn't help but feel a little moved. But hearing these words, the three-eyed giant cried out unwillingly, "A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. I will never become a slave to a damned human like you. Just give up." It couldn't imagine how furious its own people would be if they knew that it had become a human slave. Its reputation in its own race would plummet, and it would no longer have any chance of inheriting the position of chief. After all, the leader of a clan needed to have an undefeated record and absolute strength. He had once been captured by humans and even became a slave. How could such a person become the leader? Shut up. With a bang, Xia Ping slapped the three-eyed giant's head, slamming its entire body into the deep pit. He said disdainfully, "You're mistaken about one thing. Whether you can become a slave or not is not something you can decide." He felt that the giant still didn't understand its own situation. It was already a prisoner, and its life and death were in his hands. It had no right to speak. Ah! The three-eyed giant was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. But now that Xia Ping's spear had pierced through its heart, and the aura of hell was rampaging through its body, it couldn't use any strength at all. It couldn't even fight back. It could only watch helplessly as Xia Ping bullied it. Stupid giant. The Crow of Misfortune looked at the struggling and crazy three-eyed giant. He was clearly trying to save this guy's life, but he didn't appreciate it at all. He didn't know how to be grateful. What was the use of so-called honor? If he died, he would have nothing. He wouldn't even be able to get revenge. He might as well endure the humiliation and wait for the right opportunity to make a comeback. That was what a true hero should do. But it's still not appropriate. Xia Ping frowned. This guy is a huge threat and it's unruly. If I wait for it to recover, it will definitely continue to go crazy and cause trouble for me. It's better to kill it now. Although he liked money, if the risks outweighed the benefits, then he might as well kill the three-eyed giant. Anyway, there were so many descendants of the Monster King here. It wouldn't be too late to capture them when the Sky Demon battlefield was over. After all, the Sky Demon battlefield was so dangerous. If the three-eyed giant caused trouble at a critical moment, it would probably bring him fatal trouble. Moreover, the demon control talisman was too expensive. He couldn't afford 20 million hatred points per talisman. No. Sensing Xia Ping's undisguised killing intent, the Crows of Misfortune immediately said, "Don't worry, my Crows of Misfortune have a secret technique called the Death Contract. It can imbue our death aura onto our enemies. Once the enemy has the aura of death that we have, as long as the enemy wants to escape, it will immediately detonate and blow up into nothingness. It's like installing a time bomb." It said that it had a secret technique to control the three-eyed giant. If the other party dared to act recklessly, it could blow it up into nothingness. Alright, since you can control it, then I'll leave this matter to you. But if it dares to cause trouble at the critical moment, if you don't kill it, I'll kill you. Xia Ping stared at the Crow of Misfortune, his killing intent like steel. If he discovered that misfortune dared to disobey his orders, he would kill it immediately. Although it was a member of the crows of misfortune and could be exchanged for a large amount of money, it was not irreplaceable. There wasn't much in the Sky Demon battlefield, but there were plenty of demon monarch descendants. Yes, big brother. The crow of misfortune's face turned green. It didn't think that it would fall on it. In other words, its life was now tied to the three-eyed giant. If the three-eyed giant caused any trouble, it would definitely be in trouble. But now that it was riding a tiger, it couldn't back down. It couldn't refuse either. It swore in its heart that if the three-eyed giant's brain was still so stupid and stubborn, it would immediately kill it. Half an hour later. Xia Ping didn't know what the crow of misfortune said to the three-eyed giant. He only knew that the three-eyed giant soon stopped resisting and obediently let the crow of misfortune inject the aura of death into its body. At the same time, the Blackwater explosive bear that Xia Ping had sent flying and the one-horned thunder bull that Xia Ping had sent flying were extremely lucky. They were only seriously injured and not killed. Therefore, these two became Xia Ping's prisoners and obediently let the crow of misfortune plant the aura of death in them. Now that I have 4 demon monarch descendants in my hands, if I extort 500 billion federal coins from each of them, that's 2 trillion federal coins. Xia Ping thought happily. If I capture a few demon monarch descendants, I believe I can quickly gather enough money. He originally thought that it would take him a long time to earn 5 trillion federal coins, but now it seemed that he could completely solve this problem by kidnapping a few demon monarch descendants. However, kidnapping demon monarch descendants was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After all, these demon monarch descendants usually lived in Myriad Demon Mountain. That was where the demons resided. There were groups of demon monarchs, so how could he have such a good opportunity to encounter them? It was only when he entered the Sky Demon battlefield that he could capture these demon monarch descendants so easily without the protection of demon monarchs. It could be said that if he missed this opportunity, there might not be another one. By the way, where are your demon brothers? Xia Ping immediately looked at the crow of misfortune and the other demons. The three-eyed giant clearly sensed the human's evil gaze and asked warily, "What do you want?" "Nothing much. I just want to chat with them, get to know them, and get to know them," said Xia Ping casually, indicating that he didn't have any ill intentions. "Get to know them, my ass." The three-eyed giant and the other demons spat at the bastard. How could they not know what this damned human was thinking? He was clearly thirsting for more. Knowing that kidnapping demon monarch descendants was beneficial, he still wanted to capture a few more. If they were to leak the whereabouts of their demon brothers, they would probably be wiped out by this shameless human. They would be captured and made into his slaves. "I don't know. We have long been separated in the Sky Demon battlefield. I don't know where the other demon brothers are." The three-eyed giant and the other demons had livid expressions. They could not divulge this information even if they were beaten to death. Otherwise, they had no idea how many demon monarch descendants would suffer under this bastard human's hands. "Yes, we don't know anything." The single-horned thunderbull and Blackwater grizzly shouted as well. They looked guilty. They were afraid of Xia Ping's beating. "Who is it?" Chapter 676. The shadowy figure in the forest seemed to have not expected that she would be discovered. Whoosh! After hearing Xia Ping's shout, she instantly left. "Trying to run? In your dreams?" Xia Ping's eyes flashed with a cold light. He used the Kuan Ping steps. His whole body was like a big bird with wings on his back. He controlled the airflow and flew hundreds of meters in an instant, entering the forest. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful figure appear in the forest. Her body was exquisite and curvaceous. She was extremely arrogant and provocative. She seemed to be a woman of calamity. Ah! The woman seemed to have not expected Xia Ping to come so quickly. She was so scared that she immediately ran away. She stepped on the ground as if she was stepping on air, creating a strong airflow. In the blink of an eye, she was hundreds of meters away, breaking the sound barrier. She obviously had no wings, but she was walking in the air. It seemed that the air had condensed into a solid substance, turning into steps under her feet. She walked in the air casually. Even her movement technique had reached a superb level. Even though she was in the forest and there were many trees blocking her, they could not stop her at all. With a slight movement, she flashed over. So fast. Xia Ping was a little surprised. He could be considered to have seen a lot of strong people, but he had never seen such a fast speed. She could be considered the fastest among the people of the same generation that he had seen. But he still chased after her. He used the Kunpeng steps and caught up in an instant. His steps were different from the mysterious woman's. The mysterious woman's steps were exquisite, while Xia Ping's were violent. He was like a Kunpeng divine beast, directly crushing his way. The trees, boulders, and other obstacles were instantly crushed by the strong airflow wrapped around his body. The forest that was originally full of obstacles was now forcibly crushed by Xia Ping into a straight line. Bastard, why are you chasing me? I didn't do anything to you. The woman was shocked. She did not expect Xia Ping to be so violent. There was no sense of beauty, but he was extremely fast. Even though her steps were exquisite and her speed was strangely fast, she more or less took some detours. How could she be like Xia Ping, advancing in a straight line and crushing his way? Who knew how many detours he took? The distance between the two of them was instantly shortened. Stop, let's talk. I won't hurt you, I'm a gentleman. Xia Ping shouted, hoping that the other party would stop and surrender. He expressed that he wouldn't hurt the other party. Who would believe you, liar, thug? Hearing this, not only did the woman not stop, but she slipped even faster. It was as if she had used all her strength, and her speed was even faster than before. This was because she had been in the forest just now, but she had seen this guy's violent methods. He had instantly killed 3 monsters. He was so savage that he was even more savage than monsters. She couldn't imagine what would happen to her if she fell into the hands of this human. It's even faster. At this time, Xia Ping was very surprised. He didn't expect that even with the speed of the Kunpeng steps, he would lose to this woman. This was simply unprecedented. However, it was impossible to let this guy with ulterior motives escape. Since you don't want to stop, I'll use some forceful methods. Xia Ping instantly took out the moon-shooting bow, drew the bow, and knocked an arrow. At an extremely fast speed, he circulated the earth energy in his body and condensed the bow and arrow. In the blink of an eye, he immediately shot out more than a dozen arrows condensed from earth energy. They contained the power of annihilation and could penetrate everything. This speed was several times faster than the woman's speed. After all, how could the speed of the arrows be compared to the speed of ordinary creatures? Whoosh! 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 The arrows shot in all directions, immediately surrounding the mysterious woman. Although they didn't aim at her vitals, they blocked the way forward of the woman, making it impossible for her to escape. Ah! Immediately, the woman cried out in surprise. She didn't expect Xia Ping to have such a method. Caught off guard, her whole body was attacked by the arrows. The arrows contained great power, and in an instant, her whole body was hit by the arrows. Bang! In the next second, her whole body smashed into a distant tree that at least 20 to 30 people could wrap their arms around. Immediately, the clothes around her hands and feet were filled with arrows. Immediately, the arrows sealed her whole body and nailed her to the tree, unable to move. Whoosh! In a flash, Xia Ping immediately appeared in front of the woman. Ha! She's not human. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. What appeared in front of him was the appearance of a woman. She was extremely beautiful, and her white skin was as smooth as silk without any marks. She had a pair of long legs, a tall and alluring figure, and an extremely hot body. Xian was practically breaking the rules, completely violating the laws of gravity in the sky realm. She was extremely proud and tall. On her head were two fluffy rabbit ears that were more than 10 centimeters long. She had a pair of red, watery eyes that emitted a pitiful aura. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking at Xiaoping in horror, as if she was looking at a great demon king. She was afraid that Xiaoping would catch her and do such indescribable things to her. "You're a demon of the rabbit race." Xiaoping raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl. The girl didn't speak, only looking at Xiaoping in horror. Her legs kept struggling, trying to escape, but at this time, she was so scared that her legs were weak. She had no strength left, so it was impossible for her to escape. "What's your name?" Xiaoping asked again. But the rabbit girl still didn't speak. Seeing Xiaoping approaching, she was even more afraid. "If you don't speak, I'll eat you." Xiaoping bared his teeth. No, I don't taste good. I don't taste good at all. Don't eat me. Eat carrots. That's delicious food." The rabbit girl was terrified and started crying. Xiaoping was speechless. He was a carnivore, and she actually wanted him to eat carrots. Wasn't that asking for trouble? "Don't cry. If you cry again, I'll eat you. I'll roast you." Xiaoping revealed a cruel expression and even said he wanted to roast her. The rabbit girl immediately shut her mouth and suppressed her crying, but she still sobbed from time to time. Big pearl-like tears fell, and the parts that broke the rules rose and fell. She was completely terrified. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she was roasted and eaten by this terrifying human. As expected, the family elder was right. Humans were terrifying creatures. If they didn't listen, they would be caught and eaten by evil and cruel humans. Seeing that the rabbit girl had stopped crying, Xiaoping immediately asked, "Speak. What's your name?" Chapter 677. Tu Linglong. Very good. Xiaoping nodded. "Tell me, what were you trying to do by peeping at us? Are you up to something? Are you going to confess right now? Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist." He looked at Tu Linglong. I was just passing by." Tu Linglong was filled with regret. If she had known that this human was so cruel, she wouldn't have gone over to watch out of curiosity. Previously, when she sensed the intense battle fluctuations coming from this place, she was curious about what was going on. She saw that the human was killing in all directions. Even the terrifying great monsters like the three-eyed giant were no match for him, and several of them even died. Even if they survived, they were enslaved by the human and ended up in a miserable state. Just when she was shocked and thought that the situation wasn't good, she wanted to sneak away, but she didn't expect that she would be discovered by the cruel human. What made her even more terrified was that the speed that she was so proud of couldn't get rid of the human at all. She was even caught by the evil human on the spot. She didn't know what would happen to her in the future. "Passing by? I don't believe you. You must be lying," Xiaoping said with certainty. Tu Linglong hurriedly said, "No, I'm not lying. I can also swear that if I lie, I won't have carrots to eat in the future." She made a vicious oath. "You can make such a vicious oath? It seems that you're telling the truth." Xiaoping raised his brows. Hearing this, Tu Linglong was overjoyed. "You believe me? That's great. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let me go." She couldn't wait to leave this human demon. "Go? Why do you want to go? You're already mine." Xiaoping said very domineeringly, "Whether you're really passing by or have ulterior motives, now that you've fallen into my hands, you're mine. Don't run away from me in the future. Just stay by my side and be my maid. From now on, you'll pour tea and water for me, wash my clothes and make my bed. If you do well, you'll have food to eat. If you don't, you won't have anything to eat. Do you understand?" He put on the appearance of a slave owner. There was no doubt that this little girl was a descendant of a demon king. If he captured her and blackmailed her, he would gain a large sum of money. How could he let her escape so easily? Shameless! All of a sudden, Tu Linglong's power burst forth, shattering the surrounding arrows. Her entire body flew over, her smooth long leg kicking towards Xia Ping. Xia Ping didn't even bother to look at it. He slapped out with his palm, blocking in front of him. Dong! Suddenly, a vast power erupted from Tu Linglong's thigh. Xia Ping felt that this power was even more terrifying than the three-eyed giant's power. Even his dark north body protection technique could not completely remove it, and his whole body also took a dozen steps back. Why is this chick so strong? Xia Ping was a little alarmed. Normally speaking, a rabbit demon would not have such great strength. The only explanation was that this rabbit clan young lady was a mutated breed. Even among the rabbit clan, she was considered an extremely noble existence. Xia Ping grew excited. The more noble and rare an existence was, the more valuable it would be. The rabbit girl was startled. She was very proud of her strength, especially the strength of her legs. Even the giant race couldn't compare to her. With a single kick, a small mountain would collapse. It had the power of heaven's leg crippling. But this insane human actually blocked it with his bare hands. It was too exaggerated. Since her attack missed, she didn't dare to stay at this place. She turned and fled into the distance. Trying to run. It's too late. How could Xia Ping let this rabbit girl escape? He struck out and slapped out. With a dong, the rabbit girl screamed. She was slapped on the body. A wave of earth energy surged into her limbs and bones, causing her entire body to go limp. Alright, you can't run now, right? Xia Ping came in front of the rabbit girl with a smile. He stretched out his hand and grabbed her rabbit ears, rubbing them curiously. Ah! Tu Linglong's face instantly turned red like a tomato, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shyness, indignation, humiliation, and other emotions. It seemed that this move made her even weaker than Xia Ping's palm. Interesting. Xia Ping rubbed his chin. Legend has it that the rabbit's ear is the most sensitive part and cannot be touched. I didn't expect it to be true. Pervert, shameless human. Tu Linglong let loose a torrent of abuse as she glared at Xia Ping with grief and indignation in her beautiful eyes. She had never been treated like this before. Cut the crap. Come back with me. Regardless of Tu Linglong's thoughts, Xia Ping immediately picked her up by the waist and left the place in an instant. A few minutes later, he returned to his original spot. The Crow of Misfortune and the other demons were also waiting there. Soon, they noticed a rabbit girl in Xia Ping's arms. The rabbit holy maiden, Tu Linglong. The three-eyed giant couldn't help but exclaim. He looked at the girl in Xia Ping's arms in disbelief, unable to hide the shock in his heart. The rabbit holy maiden? Interesting. Looks like this chick has some background. Tell me about her background in detail. Xia Ping raised his brows and immediately asked. The three-eyed giant's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Great, now that Xia Ping knew this secret, there was no way this rabbit girl could escape. It had no choice. Since it was already exposed, there was no way it could continue to hide. It explained in detail that this chick was the noblest holy maiden of the rabbit clan. She could be said to be the future clan leader. She was extremely talented and was a rare spacetime rabbit of the rabbit clan. Once her talent was awakened, she would have the ability to control spacetime and jump in the void at will. Even if she hadn't awakened her talent yet, her speed, strength, and aptitude far surpassed her peers in the rabbit clan. Even many geniuses of the demon clan were far inferior to her. It was completely unimaginable how powerful Tu Linglong would become if she advanced to the monarch realm. She might even become the most powerful demon king in the history of the rabbit clan. Hence, Tu Linglong became the rabbit holy maiden and had a respected status. Spacetime rabbit? Xia Ping's eyes lit up when he heard this. He instinctively felt that this was an extraordinary talent. The rabbit clan wasn't a weak clan on Earth. They were an extremely powerful demon clan in the cloud realm. First of all, their reproductive ability was extremely terrifying. They could give birth to more than 10 children in a litter, and they could give birth to a litter every few months. On Earth, rabbits were synonymous with their reproductive ability. If there were no natural enemies, there would be a rabbit standing on every square meter of the entire Earth in 100 years. It was even more so in this world. The rabbit clan had become a demon clan and possessed overbearing strength. Coupled with their unimaginable reproductive ability, they were one of the top demon clans. They were a race that was on par with the Tiger Clan, Rat Clan, Elephant Clan, and other races. Chapter 678. Shameless human, what are you looking at? Tu Linglong said guiltily. She felt that the way Xia Ping was looking at her was very strange. It was as if he was looking at a large gold ingot. It was completely the symbol of money. Smack! Xia Ping knocked the back of her head and said with a straight face, "What shameless human? Is this something a servant like you can call me? Do you know the etiquette of a servant? You should call me master." Master? Tu Linglong's beautiful eyes were spewing fire when she heard that. She was the rabbit race's saintess. She had a high status and was loved by countless seniors. How could she call a despicable human master? The three-eyed giant, Blackwater explosive bear, and single-horn thunder bull were extremely indignant. Tu Linglong was one of the demon race's saintesses. Countless prodigies of the demon race adored her, but she had been captured by this despicable human. They didn't know what would happen to her in the future. They couldn't imagine how furious the other prodigies of the demon race would be after finding out about this. They probably even wanted to chop Xia Ping into a dozen pieces. Stop dreaming. I won't call you master even if you beat me to death. Tu Linglong was indignant. She put on an unyielding expression, and she definitely wouldn't submit to this despicable human's power. Forget it if you don't want to call me that. I'll take off your clothes later and check if you've developed well. Of course, I'm doing this purely as an academic research. Xia Ping said carelessly. Bullshit. The three-eyed giant and the other demons were driven mad. They had never seen such a shameless human. He was clearly molesting the demon saintess, but from his mouth, he said that it was a body inspection, a form of academic research. What was there to research? Moreover, did Tu Linglong need to develop? Based on her fiery figure, she would have developed too much a long time ago. It was unknown how many females were envious and jealous of her. I'll scream. I'll scream, all right? Tu Linglong was indignant. She was scared half to death by Xia Ping's words. If this bastard human really did such a thing, her innocence as the rabbit race's saintess would be gone. If that happened, the entire rabbit race's reputation would probably be ruined. Didn't you say that you wouldn't scream even if you were beaten to death? Xia Ping smiled at Tu Linglong. Tu Linglong's face flushed even redder than a tomato. She wanted nothing more than to bury her head in the ground like an ostrich. She was so angry that she almost died. If it wasn't for you, a despicable human, forcing me, how could I have surrendered? I can only say that humans are too despicable. They are indeed the most shameless and evil race in the world, eating meat without spitting out the bones. I am sorry, master. I was wrong. Tu Linglong's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. She felt that this was the most humiliating moment in her life. Not bad. You have to get used to it and even get used to it, understand? Xia Ping was very satisfied. Only a ghost would be used to it. Tu Linglong secretly spat at Xia Ping. She decided to temporarily pretend to be submissive to him to make this human lower his guard, and when Xia Ping wasn't paying attention, she would quickly slip away. Big brother. At this moment, the crow of misfortune stepped forward with a flattering look on its face. Do you want me to plant a death contract on her and completely control her? That way, she won't be able to escape. It stepped forward in a timely manner and offered up its plan like a lackey. Demon. Fuck, he's definitely a demon. The three-eyed giant and the other monster's eyes turned green. This bastard crow of misfortune was really touching a sore spot. If it hadn't mentioned this matter, perhaps this human would have forgotten about it. But now that it was mentioned, how could this human forget? Wasn't he pushing Tu Linglong into a pit of fire? Tu Linglong also glared at the crow of misfortune. She wanted nothing more than to roast this black bird. A bunch of idiots. The crow of misfortune ignored the surrounding gazes and sneered in its heart. It knew how treacherous this human Xia Ping was. He was so bad that he oozed pus. He was scheming and full of tricks. This was the kind of slut that described him. It was impossible for him to forget about this matter. Hence, it volunteered to confess. This way, it could obtain this human's praise and live a more comfortable life. Perhaps it could take advantage of this human's carelessness to leave him. However, if it didn't say anything, it would miss this opportunity to suck up to him. Death contract? Honestly, what kind of secret technique is this? Can I learn it? Xia Ping asked. He was very curious about this secret technique of the crows of misfortune. If he could learn it, he wouldn't need the crow of misfortune's help at all. He could do it directly, and it might be safer that way. This is the secret technique of my crows of misfortune. It fuses mental power and astral energy together to condense an energy rune, the crow of misfortune explained. Then, this energy rune enters the enemy's body. It's like installing a time bomb in the enemy's body. As long as it's within the range of my mental power, it can immediately detonate once the enemy tries to escape. It indicated that it was very difficult to learn this secret technique. The future was that one needed majestic soul power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to condense energy runes. The crows of misfortune were experts in controlling souls. As a race from hell, their soul power was much stronger than other monsters, and they could freely use such soul power. Secondly, one's body must have a violent energy aura. Only then would it have the power to blow up the enemy's body. Gentle energy could not have such power. Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He had fulfilled the first condition. He believed that with his soul power, he would not be any weaker than the crow of misfortune. He might even be stronger. This was not a problem at all. Secondly, was there any energy in this world that was more violent than the sun essence refined by his pure yang immortal art? Once it exploded, it would probably have the power of a volcano eruption. Therefore, he immediately asked the crow of misfortune about this secret technique. He wanted to learn it quickly. The crow of misfortune thought that Xia Ping had no way of learning this secret technique of the crows of misfortune. Therefore, it did not care. It told him about this secret technique, believing that this human would soon give up. However, an hour later, Xia Ping succeeded. Relying on his powerful soul power, he quickly comprehended the true mysteries of the death contract. Boom! Xia Ping grabbed with his hand. On his right hand, a fireball was slowly rotating. The runes intertwined with each other, as if there were chains of order wrapped around it. It contained a violent power. Countless flames collided in this fireball, as if it was sealing a fire dragon. His mental power also formed a connection with this talisman. As long as it was within the range of his mental power, he could immediately detonate it. It could be said that this power was no less than the explosion of 100 tons of bombs. Chapter 679. If it had known that Xia Ping was so monstrous, it would never have taught this despicable human the secret technique of the crows of misfortune. However, it was too late to say anything now. The crow of misfortune was filled with regret. I wonder how powerful it is. At that moment, Xia Ping's mind moved, and the fireball in his hand instantly flew out. It flew for 2 to 3 kilometers before finally smashing into a small mountain. Bang! His mental strength vibrated and detonated the fireball. Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, blowing up half of the small mountain. Dozens of tons of soil splashed out. A large amount of flames even burned, turning the ground into molten lava that sizzled. This! The pupils of the three-eyed giant and the other demons constricted. Clearly, they knew the power of such a fireball. Once it exploded, no matter how strong their bodies were, they would probably be blasted into nothingness. Not bad, not bad. This secret technique is not bad. I'll call it the fireball bomb in the future. Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He felt that this secret technique could not only be used on the body of a living being, but it could also be used in various places. It was like a landmine. If he set up a trap somewhere and created enough fireball bombs, he could control them with his mental strength and instantly send his enemies to heaven. Furthermore, as his cultivation level improved, the power of the fireball bomb would also become more terrifying. Whoosh! Soon, Xia Ping integrated the fireball bombs into the bodies of the three-eyed giant, the unicorn thunderbolt, the blackwater explosive bear, and two linglong. It could be considered a bomb that could be detonated at any time. As long as they dared to make any small movements, they would immediately be blown to pieces. Little Crow, you did well. You made a great contribution. Xia Ping looked at the Crow of Misfortune in admiration. The Crow of Misfortune was now regretting its decision. It did not want to make such a contribution. Teaching this shameless human such a secret technique was equivalent to selling a noose to him to hang itself. There was nothing more tragic in the world than this. Demon. This guy is a demon through and through. The three-eyed giant and the other demon's eyes were spewing fire. They could not wait to kill the Crow of Misfortune immediately. Why was this bastard so stupid to teach this human such a strange secret technique? Now, they had the death aura of the Crows of Misfortune planted on them, but if they tried to escape, the Crows of Misfortune might go easy on them, giving them a chance to escape. But now that the human Xia Ping had learned this secret technique, they were all controlled and could no longer escape unless they wanted to die. The Crow of Misfortune felt the murderous gazes of the other demons. It also felt very wronged. Who would have thought that this human was a pervert? He didn't conform to common sense. By the way, are there any treasure grounds in the celestial demon battlefield where we can obtain treasures? Xia Ping asked. He had now advanced to the 9th layer of the Martial Master realm and obtained a few powerful fighters. He was in high spirits and was searching for treasures everywhere. After all, the heavenly demon battlefield itself was a treasure trove, so he wouldn't miss it. Originally, he thought that he could obtain some treasures by capturing these demons, but the three-eyed giant's mace was too big. It was 4 to 5 meters long and was not suitable for humans to use. Also, the Crow of Misfortune's Purgatory Vengeful Soul flag was made for the Crow of Misfortune. If humans used it, they wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. Most importantly, this was just a replica, it was completely useless. As for the other two demons, they were just paupers. Big brother, why don't we go to the celestial demon graveyard? Countless demon monarchs have fallen there, so there might be a large number of treasures. The Crow of Misfortune's eyes darted around as it immediately gave its suggestion. Celestial demon graveyard? Xia Ping's eyes flickered. He knew that the celestial demon graveyard could be said to be one of the largest forbidden zones in the entire celestial demon battlefield. It was also the place with the most treasures. There had once been a frenzied battle there, and countless demon monarchs had fallen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a graveyard. However, it was also extremely dangerous. The graveyard seemed to have a restrictive array formation set up. If one accidentally walked in and touched the restrictive array formation, they would immediately die. Furthermore, after the demon monarchs fell, their flesh and blood transformed into evil demons. Each of them had the might of a grandmaster, so one might be surrounded and attacked if one entered. However, it was undeniable that there were many treasures in the celestial demon graveyard. They might be treasures left behind by demon monarchs, flesh and blood, or natural herbs that grew in the graveyard. No matter which one it was enough to make a group of elites go crazy and establish a foundation for becoming monarchs. In particular, the flesh and blood of some demon monarchs contained the essence of demon monarchs. They wouldn't rot even after 10,000 years, and their medicinal potency was in no way inferior to thousand-year-old spirit herbs. It was a great supplement for demons. Obtaining a piece was enough to allow one to rapidly advance and even comprehend the mysteries of the monarch realm. The three-eyed giant, single-horned thunderbull, blackwater explosive bear, and two linglong's hearts stirred. They also yearned to go to that place. Most importantly, the celestial demon graveyard would attract countless elites. If they went to the graveyard, they might be able to find some helpers and escape the control of this detestable human. Where is the celestial demon graveyard? Xia Ping inquired. He was still considering whether to go to the celestial demon graveyard first or the remote valley to obtain the white spirit ginseng fruit. The Crow of Misfortune immediately informed him of the celestial demon graveyard's location in detail. Many people knew about it anyway, so there was no point in hiding it. It's actually near the valley. Xia Ping's eyes lit up when he heard the news. He discovered that the remote valley was 10 kilometers away from the celestial demon graveyard. For an expert at his level, 10 kilometers was a distance that could be traversed in a few minutes. Since that was the case, he could head to the celestial demon graveyard first before heading to the valley. It was killing two birds with one stone. Alright, I'll rest for a day before setting off for the celestial demon graveyard. Xia Ping finally made up his mind. That was great. The three-eyed giant and the other demons were extremely excited, but they suppressed their emotions and did not reveal it. The few of you, roast these three demons and treat them as tonight's dinner. Xia Ping ordered the Crow of Misfortune and the other demons to prepare for dinner. He decided to cook the corpses of the Inferno Eagle, Earth-splitting Porcupine, and Wind Centipede. They were rare ingredients. After all, they were Grandmaster demons. The flesh and blood energy contained in their bodies was immense, in no way inferior to ordinary spirit herbs. What? The eyes of the Crow of Misfortune and the other demons turned green. This bastard actually wanted to eat their demons. He was too savage. Tu Linglong's face turned pale with fright. The elder's words were true. Humans were truly terrifying evil creatures. They flew in the sky, ran on the ground, and swam in the water. They ate everything. Chapter 680. The next day, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Xia Ping set off with the Crow of Misfortune, the three-eyed giant, the single-horned lightning bull, the blackwater explosive bear, Tu Linglong, and the other prodigies of the demon race. Meanwhile, Xia Ping rode on the single-horned lightning bull with Tu Linglong in his arms, looking like a preposterous emperor. The three-eyed giant and the other demons were his bodyguards. Along the way, many elite students and prodigies of the demon race were scared out of their wits. They avoided Xia Ping's group and didn't dare to approach them at all. There was no helping it. This lineup was too terrifying. First, the three-eyed giant was 4 to 5 meters tall, like a small mountain. His entire body was covered in bulging muscles, and he held a mace in his hand. He was very threatening. If he swung his mace, the entire ground would probably crack. The blackwater explosive bear was the same. He was not much shorter than the three-eyed giant, and his entire body was covered in black fur. He was filled with explosive power, and the earth trembled when he walked. His eyes were cold, as if he was the king of the jungle, invincible. The Crow of Misfortune was surrounded by a black aura of death. Dark clouds covered the sky as he flew in the air, as if he was a messenger of death from hell. Any living being that saw the Crow of Misfortune would feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The single-horned lightning bull wasn't bad either. It had an ancient bloodline, and its body was surrounded by the power of thunder. There were thunder patterns engraved on its body, as if it was a god that controlled the power of thunder. Such a demon would probably be a divine beast in the ancient times, and it wasn't impossible for it to become a totem. However, these powerful demons had become Xia Ping's bodyguards, and the single-horned lightning bull had become his mount. How could this not terrify the surrounding living beings? Although Tu Linglong didn't intimidate the crowd, her beauty shocked the surrounding living beings. She was like a goddess that had descended to the mortal world. She had a beauty that could topple cities, and her temperament was extraordinary. Many demons were even more shocked that such a demon beauty had fallen into the hands of a human. It can't be, right? Isn't she a prodigy of the demon race? Many people recognized the crows of misfortune and the other demons. After all, not only were they famous among the demons, but they were also noticed by many elite students. Single-horned thunderox, Blackwater explosive bear, three-eyed giant, crow of misfortune. Oh my god, which one of them is a king race, a descendant of a demonic monarch? When they grow up, they will definitely become a peerless demonic monarch. But now, they have become this human's hired thugs, bodyguards, and mounts. Some demon prodigies were dumbfounded. They wondered if the entire world had become a little abnormal. Damn, it really is. That crow of misfortune is extremely savage and vengeful. Previously, I only glanced at it for a moment, and it chased me for more than 10 kilometers. I risked my life to escape. Along the way, there was a huge earthquake, and even the rocks were shattered. It's the same with the three-eyed giant. With a swing of his staff, he killed more than a dozen nefarious devils and reduced everything within a 1-kilometer radius to rubble. I heard that when they cultivate to a high level, they can run while carrying a mountain. Single-horned thunderox and Blackwater explosive bear are also extremely savage and unruly races. Why are they submitting to a human? What happened? I can recognize that human even if he turns into ashes. He seems to be Xia Ping of the human race, the champion of this genius tournament. So what if he's the champion? Is the champion so awesome that he can capture a demon prodigy as his bodyguard? Many demon prodigies were shocked. This was simply unheard of. In the past, the Sky Demon battlefield had been opened many times, and there had been human geniuses who had suppressed the masses. There had also been geniuses with unparalleled sword Dao and brilliant assassination skills. Each of them had extraordinary combat strength. However, they had never seen anyone subdue a demon prodigy. This was no longer as simple as having tyrannical combat strength. After all, killing someone and subduing someone were two completely different concepts. Damn it, this human Xia Ping sure is extravagant. He actually brought a beauty to serve him when he came to the Sky Demon battlefield. What does he think this place is? Some demon prodigies gnashed their teeth and looked jealously at Xia Ping riding on the single-horned thunderox with a peerless beauty in his arms. This was simply adding fragrance to a beautiful woman's sleeves. Damn, isn't that the rabbit race's saintess, Tu Linglong? Some demons immediately recognized Tu Linglong and shouted, "Why is she beside that human? She's captured. She must have been captured by that human. It's over, it's over. I heard that this human Xia Ping is a lecherous and shameless bastard who has defiled countless human women. Now, he's even extending his demonic hands to our demon race's saintess. Goddamn human Xia Ping, I won't forgive him. Oh my god, how did the rabbit race's saintess fall into the hands of this shameless human? How will he treat her? Will he do all sorts of indescribable things to her day and night? Stop talking. Don't let me think about such things. I'm going to kill this human. He actually dared to defile the demon race's saintess. What a heinous crime. How? Stop dreaming. Even the crows of misfortune and the other prodigies have been captured as guards and mounts. If you go up, you'll just be sending yourself to your death. It'll be a wasted sacrifice. Then what should we do? Do we just watch as our demon race's saintess falls into the hands of this human Xia Ping and is toiled around day and night? What if we give birth to his child? The group of demon prodigies were in despair. They felt their hearts shatter. The rabbit race's holy maiden, Tu Linglong, was very famous in the entire Thousand Monster Mountain. She had top-notch talent, beautiful looks, extraordinary temperament, and a noble identity. She was simply like a top-notch idol, and she had countless suitors. Especially some demon race's saints who publicly declared that they would not marry anyone other than Tu Linglong. If those demon race's saints knew that Tu Linglong had been captured by Xia Ping and might even be forced to do all sorts of things, they would probably go crazy. Why aren't there any blind ones coming up? I can just capture a few and use them as food reserves. Xia Ping felt that it was a pity. His spiritual energy sensed many hostile intents coming from the surroundings. There was no lack of demon race prodigies among them. However, they all watched from afar and didn't dare to approach at all. In fact, once Xia Ping took the initiative to approach, they would flee like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. They ran faster than rabbits. The three-eyed giant and the other demons' expressions darkened. The corners of their mouths twitched. They were the prodigies of the demon race, the descendants of the demon king of the king race. Their bloodlines were extraordinary, and their reputations shook the myriad demon mountain. No demon didn't know of them. In the future, they would be demon king-level monsters. However, even they had fallen now. They had become this human's mounts and guards. Which demon race's saints wouldn't be frightened out of their wits? They were usually a little fierce, but they weren't stupid. Chapter 681. How humiliating! The three-eyed giant and the other monsters wanted to roar at the sky. They had been so majestic along the way that all beasts were frightened and no one dared to provoke them. Some even retreated hundreds of miles away. They could be said to be unbridled. The problem was that this was not a good thing for them. On the contrary, it was a humiliation. After all, they were the descendants of the Monster King, the King race and the future Monster King. Now, they had been subdued by a human to guard his house and even become his mount. After this matter was spread back, they would definitely become a laughing stock. Who knew how many monster race geniuses would laugh at them? Tu Linglong was even more resentful. As the monster race's saintess, she was an extremely noble existence. Normally, she would be fawned upon by other monsters. There was absolutely no reason to neglect her. But now, this shameless human had captured her and taken advantage of her. He even asked her to become his maid and help him massage his shoulders and legs. This was too despicable. She wanted to treat Xia Ping like a meat bun and bite him to death. Right, why don't you pretend to chat with those monsters and act friendly? Then, we'll capture them and split the treasures 50-50. How about that? Xia Ping thought of an idea. Split your sister. The three-eyed giant and the other monsters spat in Xia Ping's face. If they really did that, then they would really be monsters. Even if they returned alive, they would probably be punished by Myriad Monster Mountain and be imprisoned for more than 100 years. We are monsters, we won't attack our own kind. The three-eyed giant's expression was very dark. He didn't have a good expression towards Xia Ping. What kind of rotten idea was this? If you're not satisfied with 50-50, 30-70 is fine too. You can completely take the majority. Xia Ping wanted to give them some benefits to make them agree. He thought that they felt that the split was too little. Stop dreaming. We won't do anything that will harm the monster race. The one-horned thunder ox bared its teeth. This bastard human thought that they would agree with a 30-70 split. He was simply dreaming. This was not a matter of money at all. Moreover, this bastard human made it sound nice as if he was giving them the majority. In reality, they would do all the dirty and hard work. This human just sat there and enjoyed the fruits of their labor. He didn't need to pay anything. It could be said that no matter how much they gave, they would suffer a great loss. How about 10 to 90? You guys get 9 and I get 10. Any more won't do. Don't be too greedy. You have to know when to stop, Xiaoping shouted. You are the one who knows when to stop. Tu Linglong and the other demons wanted nothing more than to smash a brick on the back of this human's head. He was clearly forcing them to be demons, yet he still wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor.
Instead, he said that they were too greedy. Humans were indeed despicable and shameless people who took advantage of others but still flaunted their innocence. Human, if those demons want to attack you, we can protect you. The three-eyed giant said, but it's impossible for us to take the initiative to harm our fellow demons. You should just kill us. Its personality was very unyielding. The single-horned thunder bull, Blackwater explosive bear, and the other demons also made their stance clear. They would definitely not submit. I see. In that case, I can provoke them and make them lose their rationality and attack me. Won't I be able to kill them all in one fell swoop? Xiaoping did not get angry when he heard the three-eyed giant's words. Instead, he came up with a solution. The eyes of the three-eyed giant and the other demons turned green when they heard that. How could there be such a method? They never expected the human to find such a loophole. If the demons were truly angered to the point of attacking, they would have no choice but to retaliate. After all, their lives were in the hands of this shameless human. Furthermore, doing so would not be considered betraying the demons. It was just a defensive counterattack. As expected of a treacherous human. Everything falls to his schemes. The corners of the crow of misfortune's mouth twitched. Humans truly lived up to their reputation of treachery. This human, Xiaoping, was clearly a classic example. It was unknown how many demons would die because of him. However, as they walked towards the heaven demon graveyard, the demons along the way fled in fright. They did not dare approach. Therefore, Xiaoping did not even have the opportunity to provoke them. Therefore, they had been living in harmony, and nothing had happened. The three-eyed giant and the other demons heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, those demon race prodigies weren't idiots. They knew that they would die if they went forward, so they quickly fled. Otherwise, they really would have to help the tyrant. Furthermore, Xiaoping discovered that there were very few demons and humans along the way. Often, he would not encounter many even after walking more than 100 kilometers. The Crow of Misfortune explained that most of the elites were heading for important treasure lands like the Heaven Demon Graveyard. Only a few elites would search the ordinary areas, so it was normal for there to be few people. Perhaps, they would encounter large numbers of demons and humans once they arrived at the Heaven Demon Graveyard. 4 to 5 days passed in an instant. This was because Xiaoping was too far from the Heaven Demon Graveyard. Along the way, he passed through mountains and many powerful fiendish demons. It was fraught with danger. Therefore, it took them 4 to 5 days to finally approach the Heaven Demon Graveyard. However, it was indeed as the Crow of Misfortune said.
The closer they got to the Heaven Demon Graveyard, the more experts they encountered. The number of people also increased, as though countless experts were gathering from all directions. This is the Heaven Demon Graveyard? Arriving in front of the Heaven Demon Graveyard, Xiaoping's eyes shimmered. He discovered that not a single blade of grass grew in the area. The soil on the ground was the color of blood, as though it had been corroded by large amounts of blood. It had not faded even after 10,000 years. There were even no plants on the ground. It was even more barren than a desert. The air was filled with the stench of blood. It was simply a land of death. In the distance, gigantic skeletons appeared from time to time. Some were like small mountains, entrenched on the ground. Exposed to the sun and rain, they formed mountains of white bones over countless years. Some were small and buried in the ground. There were saber marks on them, and they faintly exuded a terrifying aura of death. There were many such skeletons, thousands of them piled up like mountains. The so-called mountain of corpses and sea of bones described such a scene. It was unimaginable what kind of intense battle this place had experienced. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, in addition to Xia Ping's group, many demon geniuses and human geniuses rushed over from afar, arriving in front of the Heaven Demon Graveyard. Big brother, it's up ahead. The Crow of Misfortune pointed ahead. Two massive mountain ranges appeared in the distance. The two mountain ranges separated, revealing a gap. It happened to form a huge door that allowed people to enter. The problem was that the door was surrounded by a black mist that seemed to be tumbling chaos. It was impossible to see what was behind the door. It seemed to contain an inconceivable and dangerous power that left one's heart palpitating. Chapter 682. How lively! Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He saw the human and demon geniuses gathered on both sides of the Sky Demon Graveyard's gateway. They stood on opposite sides, wary of each other, as though afraid that the other would suddenly attack. But both sides were also afraid of mutual destruction, so they were in a stalemate, forming a strange balance. What a powerful demon! Some of the human geniuses who had just arrived were immediately stunned by the demons gathered in front of them. Among them, the one with the strongest presence was none other than the elephant. It was more than 100 meters tall and stood quietly in its spot like a steel wall. Just such a demon could sweep through all enemies present. This was the famous heaven-devouring elephant of the demon race. It was said that in ancient times, the heaven-devouring elephant had the power to grab the stars and moon. With a sniff, even the stars in the sky would fall. With a stomp of its leg, the entire continent would sink. It was an unparalleled overlord of the land, ruling over an era. Hordes of heaven-devouring elephants gathered together, creating a terrifying scene. Legend had it that in its golden age, the heaven-devouring elephant dominated the universe. It appeared in the boundless void, driving away the stars and ruling over the massive planets. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring elephant race had few members, or it would not be difficult to unify the demon race. Starlight turtle. Others noticed a turtle with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters lying lazily on the ground. Its gigantic shell was engraved with mysterious star runes, as though it was a natural Tao body. Even though it was daytime, there were still beams of azure star power falling from the sky. It was as though the ruler of the stars, the son of heaven and earth. It was said that if such a starlight turtle matured to an unparalleled realm, it would possess the power to control the stars in the sky. The falling stars would be enough to destroy the world. Dong! In the distance, a ferocious tiger appeared on a huge stone mountain. Its entire body was golden, as though it was forged from metal. Its massive body roared, shaking the world. The sound waves condensed into a corporeal substance, spreading out in all directions. It leaped, traversing several kilometers and exploding with immense power. It landed in front of the Sky Demon Graveyard, causing the ground to crack as though there was a magnitude 7 earthquake. It was a metal tiger. Everyone present could sense its ferocious aura. This was the king of beasts that ruled the mountains. Its sharp metal claws could tear apart any object in the world. Golden hepta chi spread wildly, transforming into sabers and swords that hummed and sliced through the air. Boom! In the distance, black mist surged, and the ground cracked. A tree demon that was tens of meters tall ran over. Its entire body was black, and countless huge vines danced chaotically like countless tentacles. Its roots were like human feet, and there were more than 100 of them. When it moved, it was extremely fast, and nothing could stop it. In an instant, it arrived in front of the mountain gate. Everyone was horrified, because this was a demonic vine tree. As long as it stood on the ground, it would possess boundless power, and its regenerative abilities were extremely powerful. Even if a vine was cut off, it could quickly regenerate. This kind of demonic vine tree had the power to fight 10,000 people alone, which was equivalent to an army. Back in the war between humans and demons, they had paid a heavy price just to deal with a single demonic vine tree. Xiao! In an instant, a woman flew over from the sky. Her entire body gave off a green light, and she looked like a human woman. However, there was a pair of huge green wings on her back. There were mysterious symbols on the wings, and they contained divine might. With a gentle flap of the fan, it was as though a strong gust of wind was stirred up, creating a tempest. She was like a goddess, and had a breathtaking beauty. Flying in the air, she was like a god descending step by step. Her breathtaking aura shocked all the demons present. It was as if the fortune of heaven and earth had gathered on this woman, and all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revolved around her. Even the untamed metal tiger did not dare to reveal its ferocious aura the moment this woman appeared. Divine Beast Blue Luan. Someone immediately cried out, recognizing this woman with wings on her back. It was the demon race Saintess Blue Luan. According to the legends, the Blue Luan was an ancient divine beast that symbolized auspiciousness, and was above countless demons. This was no longer a demon, but equivalent to a god. In this generation, a descendant of the bird race appeared, and she possessed the ancestral bloodline, giving birth to a Blue Luan. In an instant, she became the demon race Saintess, respected by all races. Although her bloodline was thin, and could not compare to the real Blue Luan, it still contained the might of a divine beast, and had the power to suppress the world. Many humans were shocked. This generation of the demon race was really full of geniuses. If she grew up, she would be another invincible demon king. Look, isn't that Xiaoping of the human race? At this time, a sharp-eyed demon recognized Xiaoping and shouted. Even the arrival of the Blue Luan could not hide Xiaoping's elegance. It is indeed Xiaoping of the human race. He looks exactly like the portrait. The Crow of Misfortune, the Three-Eyed Giant, the One-Horned Thunderbolt, and the Black Water Explosive Bear are all by his side, just like the rumors say. No way. Could it be that these guys really became demons and were tamed by this human? I'm not sure about that, but it seems that they are not incompatible. I knew that the Crow of Misfortune and the others were cruel and unscrupulous creatures, and would betray the demon race sooner or later. I didn't expect them to be so fast, and to be instigated by a human. This is the shame of the demon race. Many demons gritted their teeth and stared at Xiaoping and the others. All of them looked fierce and murderous, as if they could not wait to rush up and kill them all. After all, there was a traitor among them, and he became a lackey of the human race. To the demon race, this was a great shame, and only blood could wash away this shame. The news is actually true. At this moment, in another area, there were many elite students. Among them were Feng Qiudao, Lu Chao, Bai Qingqing, and other geniuses. They were also gathered here. When they saw Xiaoping appear with a few Grandmaster-level demons, they were all shocked. Although they had heard this news before, many people thought it was nonsense. They didn't know where the rumor came from, but they didn't expect it to be true. Awesome, too awesome. The Crow of Misfortune, the Three-Eyed Giant, the One-Horned Thunderbolt, the Black Water Explosive Bear, and so on. Which one of them isn't a descendant of a demon king? They were all tamed by him and are willing to be his mounts. This is really unbelievable. How did this brat do it? Damn, he was harming us before, and now he is harming the demon race. This time, those demons are doomed. Even if they don't die, they will lose a layer of skin. Many elite students revealed looks of schadenfreude. Although they hated Xiaoping to the core, they also wanted to see the bunch of demons with their noses in the air suffer. Chapter 683. Wait. The pupils of some demons constricted as they stared at the woman beside Xiaoping. They immediately shouted, "Isn't that the saintess of the rabbit race, Tu Linglong? Why is she in that human's hands?" What? Many demons looked over and were all shocked. Previously, their eyes were attracted by the Crow of Misfortune, the Three-Eyed Giant, and the other demons, so they did not notice Tu Linglong beside them. Now that they were reminded by the other demons, they indeed saw Tu Linglong standing at the side. She seemed to be aggrieved as she massaged Xia Ping like a considerate maid. Meanwhile, that human Xia Ping was like a slave owner. He had powerful demon guards and a saintess to serve him. Even a demon king would not receive such treatment. Seeing this situation, the group of demons immediately exploded in anger. A dignified demon saintess had been captured by a human to be a maidservant. This made them even more furious than the crow of misfortune and the other demons being a traitor. They wanted nothing more than to skin Xia Ping alive. Linglong. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. It seemed to contain a hint of anger. The person who spoke was the green-clothed woman, the divine beast, Green Luan. She widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Tu Linglong beside Xia Ping. As she and Tu Linglong had been good friends for many years, they were extremely close and could be considered best friends. Now that she saw Tu Linglong in the hands of a human, she was shocked and furious. Sister Green Luan. Hearing this voice, Tu Linglong immediately felt very excited. She was about to jump over, but she seemed to have thought of something and immediately stopped, not daring to make any movements. This was because she had long been controlled by this despicable human. If she escaped, he could detonate her body with a single thought. In other words, she was simply a ticking time bomb. If she went over, she would only harm others. Linglong, why aren't you coming over? Green Luan narrowed her eyes and stared at Tu Linglong and Xia Ping. She could sense Tu Linglong's complicated thoughts. Clearly, she wanted to come over, but she had misgivings. Without a doubt, Tu Linglong was being held hostage by this human. Otherwise, why would she show such an expression? Come over my ass. Xia Ping hugged Tu Linglong's slender waist. She's already my personal maid. How can she go over? Of course, if you have a way to make her leave voluntarily, I won't stop you. After all, I'm a democratic person, and I respect individual choice very much. I won't force others casually. He flashed his white teeth. Dog Shoal. The three-eyed giant and the other demons wished they could spit on the shameless human's face. If not for the time bomb planted on them, they would have fled long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. He even said that he wouldn't force others. Yes, this might not be called force, but a threat. Tu Linglong clearly had a crystal-clear heart, and she immediately understood the meaning of this evil human's words. He seemed to be warning her that if she wanted to leave, she wouldn't stop her, but she would have to bear the consequences. Such cold and indifferent words made her tremble with fear. It was even more terrifying than a direct threat. Linglong, what are you doing? Why are you still at the human side? Why don't you hurry back? The green phoenix narrowed her eyes. Although she had guessed that something was wrong, she still opened her mouth to probe. No, I'll stay here. Tu Linglong looked at the blue Luan anxiously. Although she really wanted to leave this evil human, she still rejected the blue Luan's suggestion. Before solving the problem of the bomb in her body, she decided not to go back and meet with her demon companions. Human, what did you do to Linglong? The blue Luan's beautiful eyes revealed a dense killing intent. After being with Tu Linglong for such a long time, how could she still understand that Tu Linglong was definitely held by the human Xia Ping, so she had no choice but to submit to him. What did I do? Won't you know if you come over and try? Perhaps the two of us can be alone and talk through the night. Xia Ping rolled his eyes and made a suggestion. He looked at the blue Luan and was immediately very tempted. This was a divine beast. Although its bloodline was a little thin now, it could still continue to be purified in the future. If he captured it and made it his mount, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? This was equivalent to having a divine beast as a pet. No, you beast! Tu Linglong shouted with a very anxious expression. She looked at Xia Ping with grief and indignation. This beast human not only targeted her, but also her elder sister. He wanted to have a threesome with her. If her elder sister, Blue Luan was really alone with this shameless beast, she would definitely follow in her footsteps and be tortured by this beast. She definitely couldn't let this happen. What do you mean no? Are you jealous? Don't worry, even if there are many women around me, I still love you very much. Xia Ping said these words of love casually. Jealous my ass. Tu Linglong wanted to bite Xia Ping. She was clearly worried that her elder sister Blue Luan would be harmed by this human, but she was maliciously twisted to say that she was jealous of her elder sister Blue Luan. However, Tu Linglong knew what Xia Ping was thinking, but the others didn't. Immediately, there was an uproar. Scumbag, the scummiest human in history, male animal. What do you mean by, even if there are many women around me, I still love you? There are even scummier words than this. The most shameless man in history obviously cheated on her in front of a woman, but he said it as a matter of course. I've never seen such a beast. What do you mean by being heartless? This is it. Sister Linglong, dump this bastard. He isn't worthy of your love at all. Falling in love with a scumbag will ruin your life. Sister Linglong, repent and be saved. Such a man isn't worthy of your love. He didn't make you pregnant, did he? There's still hope of dumping him. Although I'm a human woman, I also look down on him. A group of women were half dead with anger. Whether they were from the demon race or the human race, they all glared at Xia Ping angrily, simply wanting to cut him into pieces. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Why did the demon race saintess fall in love with a human? And she's jealous? Didn't the two of them not know each other before? It's definitely love at first sight. Moreover, in the celestial demon battlefield, danger lurks everywhere. The two of them have gone through trials and tribulations together, going through life and death together. Their feelings advanced by leaps and bounds, stirring up sparks. In the end, it got out of hand. His methods are brilliant. I've long heard that this Xia Ping has picked up countless women, and many peerless beauties have fallen into his hands. It was just a rumor at first, but now it's an eye-opener. A dignified demon race saintess has been picked up by him in a few days, and she still insists on marrying him. No matter how hard I try, he can't drive her away. Is there any justice in this world? Chapter 684. Tu Linglong, wake up. He's not a human, he's a beast. He's a beast with a human's face. You won't have a good ending if you fall in love with such a man. That's right. The love between humans and demons has always been a tragedy since ancient times. Don't be fooled by that human. He's a stud, the kind that sows seeds everywhere. His reproduction speed is even faster than the rabbit race. There's no good ending if you fall in love with that shameless human. Tu Linglong, I've seen through you. I liked you so much back then, but I didn't expect you to be such a saintess. Have you never seen a man? You could have chosen anyone, but you chose this kind of trash. The saintess of the demon race actually fell in love with a human and abandoned herself. This is simply a huge scandal. It's worse than being treated as a demon traitor by the crows of misfortune. This matter is simply intolerable. The group of demons clenched their fists. Their killing intent soared and their lungs were about to explode. Especially when they saw the adulterous couple, Xia Ping and Tu Linglong, together. They looked like they were passionately in love with each other. Their hearts were filled with evil. They simply couldn't stand this couple for even a second. Human, are you tired of living? You dare to have an affair with the saintess of the demon race? This is a crime punishable by death. With a roar, a ferocious tiger the size of a small mountain stood out. This was the metal tiger. Its eyes contained a terrifying killing intent, causing the forest to tremble. Its four powerful limbs stood on the ground, giving off a fatal pressure. Its sharp claws and fangs could tear apart and devour all prey. You dare to sully the saintess of the demon race? You must die. This crime is unforgivable. A demonic bird circled in the sky. Its voice was loud enough to crack rocks. Its body was huge, and when it spread its wings, it had a wingspan of 20 to 30 meters, blotting out the sky. This was the corpse-devouring vulture, an unparalleled demonic bird. It had once dominated an area in the primordial era, eating heavenly demons. It was invincible and was known as the battlefield cleaner. It could swallow thousands of humans in one gulp and digest them quickly. It could be said that its ferocity was even greater than the crows of misfortune. Jia, I heard that killing this human will give us a great reward. I wonder how much we can get. I'm really looking forward to it. The demonic vine tree stood on the ground, its vines dancing about. A pair of eyes appeared on the tree trunk, like the eyes of death. They contained a black aura, and when they looked at living beings, they felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they were being stared at by the god of death. The surrounding people immediately felt a chill sweep through them, and they couldn't help but shiver.
The three great demons stared at Xiaoping at the same time, intending to take his life. They exuded an unparalleled ferocious aura as killing intent surged. Get over here and die. Xiaoping clenched his fists and cracked them. He was itching to kill a few demons to establish his might and capture a few demon kings' descendants to exchange for money. Valiant. The group of humans could not help but sigh. As expected of Xiaoping. Despite facing the threat of so many great demons, he remained arrogant, completely disregarding them. This kid probably didn't even know how to write the word fear. Everyone. At that moment, the three-eyed giant stood forward, hoping to ease the tension. Why the need for weapons? The Heaven Demon Cemetery lies ahead and the treasures lie ahead. We should join forces to explore the treasure grounds. Humans and demons should join forces to build a harmonious society. That is the way to a win-win situation. If we fight to the death here, both sides will suffer. It will only benefit the evil demons here. The losses outweigh the gains. He wanted to stop the battle because he knew how ferocious the human Xiaoping was. His strength was terrifying beyond compare. If these demons were to step forward, they would definitely follow in his footsteps. That's right. There's no need to fight here. There's no grudge between us. What's the point? The Blackwater Grizzly revealed an honest look. He no longer had his violent temper from before. He was as amiable as a teddy bear. Some of the demons that were familiar with him thought that he was an accomplished monk and had even switched to being a vegetarian. To hell with your brother-in-law. In the distance, a demon immediately cursed. Three-eyed giant, don't think that I don't know your personality just because you pretend to be a peace ambassador. Back then, you were the one who yelled about killing humans, saying that you wanted to kill their entire families and wipe out entire countries. Now, you're fucking telling me that you want to build a harmonious society and join forces with humans. What kind of win-win situation is this? After you were subdued by humans, did your head get stuffed with shit? You're spouting nonsense all day. He glared angrily at the three-eyed giant, wanting nothing more than to beat him up. That's right, that's right. There's also the Blackwater Grizzly. To think you have the nerve to say such things. There's no grudge between us, so there's no need for a fight. Back in Myriad Demon Mountain, when a demon glared at you, you charged forward and beat him until he was paralyzed and bedridden for 3 months. Why didn't you say that there was no grudge between us back then? Another demon that had a grudge with the Blackwater Grizzly also shouted. What's the matter now? You've become a Buddha and you're a vegetarian. Can a dog change into eating shit? What kind of bewitching potion did that human feed you?
If it wasn't for the Blackwater Grizzly standing in front of it, it would have thought that this guy had been swapped. The Blackwater Grizzly's mouth twitched. It had been exposed. To be honest, back then, it had a bad temper and would beat up any demon it didn't like. However, after being taught a lesson by Xia Ping, it became much more well-behaved and didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Moreover, it also thought that these demons would just be throwing away their lives if they came. That was why it tried to persuade them with kind words, hoping that there wouldn't be any conflict. But now, it seemed that the result was the opposite of what it wanted. Fuck, is there a sense of accomplishment after being a traitor? Back then, we even called you guys big brothers. That's so embarrassing. Myriad Demon Mountain raised you guys and cultivated you guys. Who knows how many resources you've spent? Is this how you repay the demons? It's fine if you don't help us, but you're actually standing on the side of humans and trying to stop us. You think you're in the right? I even suspect that you're humans in demon skin. Cut the crap. If you dare to stop us, we'll kill you too. I used to treat you guys as big brothers, but not anymore. From now on, we're no longer friends. Don't say that you know us when we go out. The group of demons was filled with killing intent. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode from the words of the three-eyed giant and the other demons. It was clearly the demons who had suffered such humiliation, and they were even slapped in the face by humans. These demons even stood out with a strong sense of righteousness, telling them to calm down, get along with each other, and not act rashly. What a joke. Did they really think that demons had no temper? After being slapped on the left side, they still had to put their right side up. It's over, it's over. The three-eyed giant and the other demons' faces all turned green. They had kindly advised these demons not to throw away their lives, but instead, they were seen as traitors and became the dogs of the human race. This was really a case of a dog biting the hand that feeds it. Chapter 685. Die, human! The metal tiger roared and attacked Xia Ping. Whoosh! It waved its huge claws and instantly, 4 or 5 streams of energy burst out. They were like blades of energy. They tore through the air and surrounded Xia Ping. The energy was invincible and faster than the speed of sound. The surrounding people were shocked. They could feel the terror of the metal tiger's attack. It was no weaker than the attack of a master swordsman. You dare attack me? You must be tired of living. With a so sound, Xia Ping leapt off the one-horned thunderbull's body and unleashed a punch. A huge fist was formed in the air. It was like the fist of a giant and attacked the energy. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided fiercely, causing a loud explosion. The surrounding chi dispersed in all directions like raindrops falling from the sky. When the energy fell on the ground, it was like a meteor had hit the ground, creating deep pits. Soil flew everywhere and the ground cracked. Is this all you can do, human? Die quickly! The metal tiger sneered. It gave off a terrifying killing intent. With a dong, it jumped up and turned into a shadow in the air. The huge metal body rushed towards Xia Ping. It was like a small mountain was crashing down. The huge tiger claws were invincible and gave off a cold light in the air. In front of the tiger claws, flesh and blood was a joke. It was not much stronger than a piece of paper. Stupid! Xia Ping did not dodge. He hit the air with his palm. King-level superior rank martial skill, slap palm. This palm was extremely fierce. It contained 2 types of energy. It was like a tide, stacking layer by layer. The roar of a dragon could be faintly heard in the air. Dong! Suddenly, the energy hit the metal tiger's body. It was like a flood of energy exploding into its body. The air shook thousands of times. Ah! Suddenly, the metal tiger's claws couldn't withstand the boundless energy. The energy flowed along its claws and into its huge body, causing it to be sent flying. Even though its body was tough like metal, it was still hurt so badly that it let out a blood-curdling screech. It couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the ground. It slid hundreds of meters on the ground, creating a deep ravine. It finally stopped. Along the way, it smashed dozens of huge rocks, causing dust to billow. It can't be. How could Metal Tiger lose in a competition of strength? A monster could not believe what he was seeing. That's right. How could Metal Tiger lose? The Metal Tiger was a famous race with divine strength. It was as famous as the lion race and the giant race. Their strength was unparalleled. There were not many monsters that could stop them. Not to mention the humans, they were simply invincible. Among those of the same level, they could hang and beat up the elites of the human race. But now, it was actually no match for this human's strength. With just one palm, the Metal Tiger was sent flying like a piece of trash. A clear palm print suddenly appeared on the Metal Tiger's body. The three-eyed giant and the other monsters were helpless. They had fought with Xia Ping before. Of course, they knew that this human was a monster. His strength was even more terrifying than the monsters. He was like a baby divine beast. The three-eyed giant and the other demons were helpless. They had once fought Xia Ping, so they naturally knew that the human was a monster. His strength was even more terrifying than demons like them. He was comparable to a divine beast cub. The three-eyed giant and the other monsters were helpless. They had fought with Xia Ping before. Of course, they knew that this human was a monster. His strength was even more terrifying than the monsters. He was like a baby divine beast. Now, the Metal Tiger still wanted to compete with Xia Ping in strength. Wasn't that like showing off in front of Confucius? What a strong body! Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He felt that when he slapped the Metal Tiger, he did not slap a body of flesh and blood. Instead, he slapped a huge piece of titanium alloy. Although the clapless palm was strong, it seemed to be unable to hurt the Metal Tiger's body. Although the Metal Tiger looked miserable, the injury on its body was nothing. It would recover soon. Damn human! How can he be so strong? Not bad. The Metal Tiger stood up from the deep pit. A dangerous light flashed in its eyes. It immediately raised the danger level of Xia Ping by several levels. It had reached the level of a life and death enemy. It would not take him lightly. But this alone is not enough to deal with me, the Metal Tiger. I will let you, lowly human, see what is called the gap. This is the gap that you humans will never be able to match with us monsters. With a swoosh, the Metal Tiger immediately took out a white shell. It was engraved with dense mysterious runes. It seemed to contain incredible power and emitted a dazzling light. There was no doubt that this white shell was a treasure. Thunder Sound Shell. Someone immediately recognized this white shell and screamed, "This is a mysterious treasure from the endless sea." If you use this Thunder Sound Shell, it can increase the power of the sound waves by 10 times. When this kind of sound waves bursting out, it is like thunder shaking the sky. The roar of the thunder god in the sky is enough to destroy all evils. Roar! The Metal Tiger took out the Thunder Sound Shell, put it in its mouth, opened its bloody mouth, and immediately let out an earth-shattering roar. This is the roar of a tiger. What it used was the Tiger Clan's supreme sound wave martial arts, Angry Tiger Roar. Once it was used, the power of the Tiger Clan's roar was no less than that of a lion's roar. Coupled with the Thunder Sound Shell, it was like adding wings to a tiger, and the power increased several times. Rumble! Immediately, a circle of terrifying sound waves came from the air, centered on the Metal Tiger's body, spreading in all directions, rising and falling, completely shaking. The area of several miles was completely enveloped by this sound wave. Such a sound wave, full of destructive aura, condensed into substance, as if millions of troops were dispatched at the same time. The power of the sound wave turned into swords and rushed towards Xia Ping. Along the way, huge boulders were immediately shattered. After thousands of collisions, no matter how hard the boulders were, they couldn't withstand it and were easily destroyed. Dark North Body Protection Technique. Xia Ping moved his mind and immediately set up a huge energy shield, turning into a reef in the sea. No matter how turbulent the waves were, he still remained motionless. Bang bang bang. Layers of condensed sound waves came down, wave after wave, as if they would never stop, and even the power was constantly increasing, stacking up crazily. Even the chi shield of Dark North Body Protection Technique was shaken to a huge ripple, which seemed to form a resonance, to hurt his lungs and completely injure him. What a powerful treasure! Xia Ping's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Such a roar of a tiger, a sound wave cultivation method, he had never seen in his life, and the power was simply infinite. Chapter 686. Although the sound qigong of the metal tiger was very powerful, Xia Ping had already said that he was not the same as before. After being promoted to the 9th heaven of martial master and condensing the power of Gang Qi, the power of his northern dark body protection skill was more than several times stronger. The toughness of Gang Qi was not comparable to that of genuine essence. If his protective shield was only at the level of soil before, now it had evolved to the realm of steel. Ordinary attacks could not break his defense at all. Even with the power of the thunderclap shell, it was impossible to completely defeat Xia Ping. If the metal tiger was promoted to the 2nd heaven of supreme power realm, it was estimated that Xia Ping would be in danger. However, there were no ifs in the world. It was just a monster at the 1st heaven of supreme power realm. Even if the metal tiger was talented, it would be difficult to promote to the 2nd heaven of supreme power realm in a short time. Bang! 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 These powerful sound waves bombarded Xia Ping's body, as if they had been hammered thousands of times, constantly beating out impurities in his body and refining it into well-tempered steel. At the same time, this force also stimulated the medicinal power in his body, constantly refining it into genuine essence, and then through the sun furnace, refining it into Gang Qi, the power in his body grew little by little. When the genuine essence was raised to the extreme, 2 meridians in his body were broken one after another. The genuine essence in his body had greatly increased, and his martial arts cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. I have to thank this metal tiger. Xia Ping was extremely happy. So far, he had broken through 3 meridians and had taken a big step towards the peak of the 9th heaven of martial master realm. Normally, it would be extremely difficult to break through 1 meridian, but with the help of the metal tiger and the stimulation of the life and death crisis, his martial arts cultivation progressed rapidly. Once he connected 108 meridians and reached the realm of 100 meridians, it would be the time to be promoted to the supreme power realm. What? Even this can't hurt this human being. How strong is this bastard's protective qigong? Even the defense of the turtle clan is not so terrible. The metal tiger's eyes widened. It roared desperately and used the supreme sound wave cultivation method of the tiger clan, wanting to kill this human being in an instant. But now, when the sound wave qigong bombarded this human being, it was as if it had encountered a reef in the sea. No matter how the waves hit him, he seemed indifferent and stood firm. Ha! The starlight tortoise saw this scene from afar. Initially, it was lying on the ground and didn't pay attention to its surroundings. However, it was shocked to see that Xia Ping was able to withstand the metal tiger's roar so easily. This was because even within the turtle clan, there were barely any turtle demons that could withstand the roar of the metal tiger. After all, the sound wave attack was formless and colorless, and it contained a supreme feminine power. Even if one had a turtle shell to defend against it, it would still penetrate through and directly attack the body, injuring the internal organs. That was why the Tiger clan's roar qigong was so terrifying that countless demon clan members would tremble in fear upon hearing its name. Little Tiger, is this all you've got? Feeling that metal tiger's sound wave attack seemed to have weakened a lot, Xia Ping immediately felt unhappy. He was in the middle of cultivating, and it was time for him to advance by leaps and bounds. How could he let go of this opportunity? Immediately, He said disdainfully, "You're tired after shouting? Didn't you say that you wanted to broaden my horizons? Is this how you widen my horizons? I don't see what's so great about you. I'll tell you directly. I'm standing right here without moving. Metal Tiger, you can't hurt me at all. That so-called Tiger Clan's roar is bullshit. I suggest that your Tiger Clan stop roaring and start moaning. It'll be more effective that way. If you do a good job and make me feel better, I can even give you a few bucks." He made his suggestion. The Crow of Misfortune and the other monsters' mouths twitched when they heard this. This human's mouth was still as despicable as ever. A dog's mouth couldn't spit out ivory. He was infuriating the monsters to death. Even though they were outsiders, they still wanted to beat this bastard to death. "Moan your ass." Metal Tiger's nose was crooked from anger. "My Tiger Clan's roar Qigong was renowned throughout the world. When we conquered all the races in the world, you humans were just monkeys that only knew how to climb trees. You're so arrogant after just a little bit of protection. How dare you look down on my Tiger Clan's martial path divine skill? Do you fucking want to die?" It couldn't stand this human for even a second. It was fine if he insulted it, but he even insulted the Tiger Clan's reputation. He was simply trying to form a death grudge with the Tiger Clan. Suddenly, its demonic energy burst out. The demonic energy was so monstrous that a deep pit was formed on the ground and all of it was poured into the Thunder Sound shell. Immediately, mysterious runes gushed out of the Thunder Sound shell and grew several times larger. It seemed to have turned into a horn, and a strong aura was emitted from it. Roar! Metal Tiger roared again. With the amplification of the Thunder Sound shell, the power of the sound wave was increased by 10 times. The sound wave had already condensed and created all kinds of strange phenomena. Damn it, Metal Tiger is going crazy. Hide. If you don't, you'll die. Bastard, this Metal Tiger is crazy. Not only did he kill that human, but he also wants to kill us. He's trying to get us into trouble. He's so unlucky. The surrounding demonic geniuses and human elites were shocked. Their faces turned pale because such a sound wave attack didn't differentiate between friend and foe. Furthermore, it was an area of effect attack. Some of the demons and human geniuses who were closer to the Metal Tiger fled in fright. Without a doubt, if they continued to stay in this place, they would definitely be attacked. The weaker ones would even be shocked to death. Rumble sound waves spread out from the Thunder Sound shell and covered the entire space. It was like a bulldozer, crushing in all directions. Huge rocks on the ground were shattered, and more than a dozen cracks appeared on the ground. Dozens of tons of soil flew out and smashed into the distance, forming a small hill. Some monsters and humans who didn't dodge in time were sent flying by the sound wave. Their lungs were injured, and they coughed up blood in midair. Xia Ping was also sent flying. He slid for 100 meters before he stopped. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was obviously slightly injured. Needless to say, this Metal Tiger's rage and the power of the Thunder Sound shell already had the ability to hurt him. However, not only was he not angry, but he was also extremely excited. Because of the impact just now, he had opened up another meridian, and his true essence was increasing crazily. Chapter 687. Bastard, you're not dead yet? When the Metal Tiger saw that Xia Ping was not killed by its tiger roar and was still standing in the same place as before, it was driven mad. The attack just now had consumed more than half of its demon power. It was a powerful attack with terrifying destructive power. Even a grandmaster of the Turtle Clan should not have been able to withstand it. However, Xia Ping, a human, had blocked it. It was very unwilling. Still not dead? I was just playing with you. Do you really think that you have 3 heads and 6 arms and can suppress the others? If I want to kill you, it will be like killing a chicken. Xia Ping's aura shook, and a terrifying aura burst out, forming a unique aura that crushed the surrounding area. The surrounding demons and humans felt like a mountain was crushing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. He felt that the battle with the metal tiger had basically no effect on him, so there was no need to continue playing with it. What? Before the metal tiger could react, Xia Ping instantly moved. Using the Kuan-Peng step, he arrived beside the metal tiger in an instant and punched it. Dong! The force of the punch burst out, and the metal tiger's entire body was smashed away. A clear fist mark appeared on its metal body, and the horrifying chi shook crazily. Ah! The metal tiger could not help but cry out in pain. It suddenly found that Xia Ping's speed and strength were incomparable to before. Bang! 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 Xia Ping's punches were like lightning. Dense fist marks appeared in the void, like a sky full of raindrops, and fiercely bombarded the metal tiger's body, exploding with a terrifying force. Immediately, the metal tiger was hung up like a ball, and dense fist marks appeared on its body. It was like a piece of metal that was constantly being hammered and kneaded. Bastard, damn human! The metal tiger felt extreme anger in its heart. In the battle just now, this bastard human was just playing with it. He looked down on demons too much. However, it felt that Xia Ping's fists were like a storm, and there was no time to rest. It was like a small boat in a storm, as if it would be destroyed in the next second. Interesting. I can't beat it to death. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He found that he had punched the metal tiger hundreds of times, and each punch contained fatal fist energy. However, the metal tiger just couldn't be killed. It was as if the energy couldn't penetrate its lungs, and it couldn't cause any fatal injuries. It was as tenacious as a cockroach. Haha, human, your attacks are useless against me. I am the metal tiger of the tiger race. I devour all kinds of metals to survive. I am practically a metal life form. Metal Tiger laughed proudly. Your punches will only help me refine my body and get rid of impurities. You can't hurt me at all. You can't kill me. The Metal Tiger was considered a special race even among the Tiger clan. They devoured all kinds of precious metals to strengthen their bodies. The more precious the metal, the stronger the Metal Tiger. Legend had it that there was a metal tiger that swallowed a piece of chaotic divine metal and obtained a trace of the characteristics of chaotic divine metal. It was indestructible, and no magic could invade it. It became an invincible demon god that suppressed the universe. It could be said that the bloodline of the Metal Tiger was not inferior to that of any mythological beast. It had the characteristic of unlimited evolution, which also made its vitality as tenacious as a cockroach. Are you kidding me? I can't kill you. You're just a little grandmaster monster. How much of the world has you seen? Even gods and demons that claimed to have lived for eternity would die. Facing the twilight of the gods, a little monster dared to boast shamelessly. Today, I'll show you that your so-called metal body is nothing but trash. With a bang, Xia Ping instantly took out the Hell Spear. With his body as the center, a terrifying hell aura immediately burst out, sweeping out in all directions. This! The Crow of Misfortune and the other monsters had goosebumps all over their bodies. Feeling a fatal threat, the human Xia Ping who took out the Hell Spear was in his strongest state. He stood in place, and the aura of hell burst out, covering the sky and covering the earth. He was like a future god of the underworld, the supreme overlord of hell. Damn, you have a treasure weapon too? Feeling the power, the Metal Tiger's face, which was still feeling proud, suddenly turned green. It could clearly feel the terrible threat coming from the Hell Spear. The tip of the spear seemed to contain a trace of the blood of gods and demons. This Hell Spear had once killed creatures from hell and suppressed countless tyrannical enemies. The aura coming from it was indestructible, as if it was going to pierce through the soul. Dong! Xia Ping held the Hell Spear tightly and stabbed it forward. It was as if he was going to poke a hole in the sky. Nothing could survive in front of this treasure weapon. Ah! The metal tiger was caught off guard. Its huge, hard body, which was said to be indestructible, was as fragile as tofu at this moment. The hell spear pierced through it in an instant. Splash! A large amount of metal-like blood flowed from the metal tiger's body, dyeing the ground red. It was like a barbecue skewer. The hell spear fiercely nailed it to the ground, causing it to twitch and scream. Now, it was exhaling more than it was inhaling. The metal tiger lost? A monster's eyes widened, completely dumbfounded. Before, the metal tiger had the upper hand, and Xiaoping could only passively defend. But suddenly, the human Xiaoping showed his power, as if he was on drugs. With just one move, the metal tiger was crippled. It was nailed to the ground like a barbecue skewer, and it no longer had the strength to fight. This human is so strong that it makes me shiver. Many monsters were trembling. The metal tiger was one of the top monsters among the many heaven's favorites of the demon clan. It was not invincible, but it was not far from it. But now, it was easily defeated by a small human and nailed to death with one spear. This result was really shocking, and a sincere fear arose in their hearts. No way. This kid is only a martial master ninth sky. How can he fight against a master realm monster? It's not as simple as fighting. It's a defeat. Do you know what defeat is? This is sick. I've never heard of it. Since when can a martial master defeat a master? I've never heard of it. Damn it. Where did this guy come from? Even a descendant of a king can't compare to him. Many human heaven's favorites were completely stunned by this scene. Although they had always thought highly of Xiaoping, it seemed that they had greatly underestimated his ability. They originally thought that, with Xiaoping's strength, even if he advanced to the martial master ninth sky, he would not be able to act like a tyrant in the sky demon battlefield and would probably behave for a while. Chapter 688. Swoosh! Just as Xiaoping was about to end the metal tiger's life, a terrifying gust of wind came from the back of his head all of a sudden. Such an attack was extremely vicious. It chose the blind spot of Xiaoping's vision and broke through the sound barrier. It wanted to assassinate Xiaoping instantly and end his life. Everyone saw that the one who attacked was the demonic vine tree. It silently appeared behind Xiaoping and a vine came from afar. It was like a flying sword, streaking across the sky with a terrifying aura. Xiaoping's mental energy covered the surroundings. He had long sensed the murderous intent of the demonic vine tree. He slapped back with his palm. Bang! The palm and the vine clashed violently, producing a loud sound and dazzling sparks. A strong force rushed out, stirring up a strong gust of wind. You're courting death. Xiaoping was forced to retreat from the attack. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at the demonic vine tree that wanted to assassinate him. If it wasn't for his vigilance, he might really have been killed by the demonic vine tree. Everyone! The demonic vine tree spoke, don't be polite with this human. There's no justice to speak of with such a despicable human. Let's attack together and kill this human here. Only then can we wash away the humiliation of our demon race. This kid must die. It was extremely sinister. It directly invited the surrounding demons to attack Xiaoping together. In a one-on-one fight, there might not be many demons who could be a match for this human. But in a group attack, no matter how strong this human was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. That's right. If he dares to do this, we'll do the same. He snatched the saintess of our demon race and even made the genius of our demon race submit to him as a slave. This is a great humiliation. We must use the blood of this human to wash away this humiliation. Do it. Kill this human. The surrounding demons stared at Xiaoping with murderous intent. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a thunder ape in the distance made its move. It was originally standing on top of a small mountain, but in an instant, it stomped on the small mountain. It held a metal rod in its hand and descended from the sky, smashing it towards Xiaoping. This rod had the power to shatter a mountain. It was as if it could reverse the situation and calm the ocean. Xiao! A corpse-devouring vulture also moved. Without saying a word, it descended from the sky like a supersonic plane, tearing through the air. Its sharp beak formed a piercing air current, wanting to pierce through Xiaoping's body. This was a peerless demonic bird that possessed a heaven-overflowing ferocious might. Any human who saw it would feel incomparably terrified, and now, it was targeting Xiaoping with malicious intent, erupting with an extremely terrifying killing intent. Bang! A widow spider that was more than 10 meters long also jumped over. It spat out a large amount of black silk that covered the sky and covered the earth. It set up a trap that was like a heavenly net that wanted to envelop Xiaoping's entire body. Everyone was aghast, because the spider race's spider silk was equivalent to a super fiber, incomparably tough. Even if one used the strength of 1,000 caddies, they would not be able to break free. Once a prey fell into the spider's trap, the more it struggled, the more it was bound. Furthermore, the spider's silk contained a terrifying poison. If the poison were to seep into a human's body, even a Zongshi pinnacle expert would immediately become weak and fall to the ground. A few powerful demons attacked at the same time, wanting to kill Xiaoping. It's over. The surrounding humans all had serious expressions. Now that Xiaoping was being targeted by so many geniuses of the demon race and was being besieged, the odds were against him. You want to bully us with more demons? Ridiculous, do you think you're the only ones with helpers? Crows of misfortune, go and destroy them. Xiaoping didn't even look at them and directly gave the order. He didn't spare the lives of the crows of misfortune just to look good. Yes, big brother. Hearing this, the crows of misfortune immediately attacked. They descended from the sky like a dark cloud and instantly collided with the corpse-devouring vultures in the sky. The three-eyed giant struggled in its heart, but it was still afraid of death and didn't dare to disobey Xiaoping's order. It picked up its mace and charged toward a widow spider. The one-horned thunder bull, the black water explosive bear, and even two linglong all attacked at the same time to deal with the demons that wanted to attack Xiaoping. The 5 geniuses of the demon race attacking at the same time was simply earth-shattering. They were equivalent to 5 powerful Zongshi pinnacles, and this kind of power was enough to sweep through a large group of demons. It was as if the human race had Lu Chao, Bai Qingqing, and Feng Chodao attacking. Their power was boundless. This scene immediately caused the surrounding monsters to curse out loud. Damn, these bastards really sided with the humans. Damn, are they addicted to being watchdogs? When their master is in danger, they will immediately help, right? Destroy these demons and get rid of the scourge for the people. The crows of misfortune and the others are no longer part of the demon race. They are just humans in demon skin. The group of demons were all angry. Before, they only suspected that the crows of misfortune and the others had sided with Xiaoping. However, after seeing them attack their fellow demons, they no longer had any doubts. These bastards had definitely become traitors to the demons and become the dogs of the human race. Kill! Seeing the crows of misfortune and the others taking action to fend off the other demons that wanted to attack, Xiaoping instantly teleported in front of the demonic vine tree and punched it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the devil vine tree waved its hundreds of vines. They were like countless tentacles that attacked Xiaoping like crazy. It was as if hundreds of people were besieging Xiaoping. Each vine was extremely hard. They were like spears that could pierce through anything. Even an impenetrable wall couldn't withstand a single strike from these vines. However, Xiaoping's punch was extremely terrifying. He used the power of the golden crow of hell. It was like a divine beast had appeared and destroyed everything in its path. Boom! Suddenly, the vines that were attacking Xiaoping were instantly shattered into countless pieces. They fell to the ground and created a deep pit, causing smoke and dust to billow. However, in just a few breaths, the broken vines on the devil vine tree rapidly grew back. The shattered vines had no effect on its combat power. This was the terror of the devil vine tree. It was said to be able to fight against an army of demons. Its vines danced as if a grandmaster had appeared and turned into a spear that pierced the enemy. Fighting against the devil vine tree was equivalent to fighting against a group of grandmasters. Human, you are still 100 years too early to fight against me. Die obediently. The devil vine tree's face was ferocious. It waved its vines and shadows of spears appeared in the air. It was extremely fast. Regenerative power? Let's see if you can regenerate after I burn you to ashes. Xia Ping's eyes flashed coldly. He used the pure yang immortal spell. Flames shot out of his 108,000 pores and shot into the sky. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.